Good afternoon. Welcome to the September 23rd meeting of the Conservation Board. I am going to call a roll and establish whether or not we have a quorum present. Commissioner Hammack, are you here?
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton, are you here?
Here.
Commissioner Colleen, are you here? Present. Alderman Ryan, are you here?
I am here.
No, Commissioner Ryan is present virtually. Commissioner Richardson, are you here? Commissioner Robinson, are you here?
Yes.
Do we expect Commissioner Richardson?
Oh, supposedly so, but he said yes.
We will note for the record when he arrives. Commissioners, taking a look at the agenda. Does anyone need to recuse themselves from discussion of any of these items? Does anyone mind if we move agenda item B to the first consideration of preliminary reviews? I think the question is that.
Sure.
Okay, over agenda item B before agenda item A.
Wait, no, no, we want to move D up. Is that possible? Or is that? There's smaller items, given the. Isn't the length of discussion that C, I'm sorry, that B and C will. Have, I'm trying to get the small items out first if possible. You don't have to.
None of us have any objections, but you do.
You said B.
I did. Okay, so not moving B. Moving what?
D
Letter D up after A.
and E.
E has been deferred, so that's the last, I was gonna mention that when I talked, but yeah, E is being deferred. I'd like to move D up after A if possible, just to get the smaller items out faster.
Okay, any additions to the agenda?
Yes, I do. To discuss some internal board business. So I did a motion.
I'll make a motion, a second, and you'll probably need to. Some idea what it is, whether or not it needs to be a closed session or an open session.
I was told it can't be a closed session, but I don't.
Make your motion, we'll see what we got.
My motion is. My brain. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Mike.
Okay, so I'll just move over.
There we go.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay. My motion is. I do this.
Yes, try. Just speak.
Okay, we're gonna take a 2-minute break and.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever you No, no.
Okay. What was that? So, Ryan.
Has.
That's good, bang on them. So I know what I'm sorry.
Can the people out in virtual land hear us?
Ryan, you hear okay?
It's quiet. It was hard to hear if a motion was actually made or if you were just discussing making a motion.
We did a test earlier, it sounded just fine. Jan did a test for it, it worked out fine. So we'll try and speak up, but this is gonna be I'm gonna do this for now. Okay, guys?
Sure. I think if people are talking into the microphone, I can hear it just fine.
The problem, unfortunately.
Okay, my motion is for the board to discuss some concerns I have regarding what I feel is certain bias sometimes and inconsistency with making the decisions. Is there a second?
I second that.
So was that in closed session or as an agenda item? That's just like a clarification.
I was told it could only be an open session.
Can we get a legal opinion on that?
Not an open session on the record, however, are you asking for, you're not asking for a vote, correct? You're asking for a discussion,
I'm asking for a discussion.
so a discussion would be an open session unless it's specifically for legal advice.
I don't need legal advice, I just need a discussion.
I'm gonna call a roll. Everyone clear on the motion?
I'm confused, because Olivia just said that we don't need a vote to discuss, but now we have to vote to discuss.
If there's a motion on the floor, there has to be a vote.
Okay, I'm just
Oh, no.
saying what Olivia just
What
said.
she said was, do you want there to be a vote
After the discussion.
after the discussion?
As a result of.
As a-
I mean, I don't know if there's anything to vote on.
so we have-
Yeah,
That's what I'm asking.
yeah, okay, yeah.
If what, has nothing to do.
Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about it, just a discussion, asking.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson, do you vote yes or no?
I'm not sure what I'm gonna pass right now.
Alderman Ryan, do you vote yes or no?
I think before we vote on this, I'd like to have some discussion and see if we do want to get legal advice on this conversation. So I'm going to vote no for now. Not that I'm opposed to the discussion, but I just want to make sure that I understand all the ramifications.
Commissioner Lee, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you vote yes or no?
Yes,
Commissioner Hamaker, do you vote yes or no?
I think I'm gonna vote no for the same reasons as Alderman.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson, do you vote yes or no?
I'm gonna vote no and make my own motion.
Okay, the motion has 3 yeses, 3 noes, it fails.
can I say something?
Commissioner Richardson?
Wait, can
or-
I say something? Because someone just mentioned legal advice. I was called by the lawyer of this commission, had a 30 to 45 minute conversation with her on Thursday. She said she spoke to several lawyers in the office, and she said specifically how this would be handled, and that she was clearing it to make sure this is handled. And now, I feel like that's not being disclosed to everyone, that the lawyer did look into this. And I feel like there's people being silenced regarding certain issues.
So then, let's see what the motion is.
That's-
Commissioner Richardson?
I'd like to make a motion to add something to the agenda that we go into closed session to receive legal advice from our attorney related to potential bias of arbitrary decisions being made.
Second. I'm gonna call a roll again. Commissioner Robinson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Narayan, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Khalid, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you vote yes or no?
Yes,
Commissioner Hamaker, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. There are 7 yeses.
Yep.
Has anybody read the minutes?
wait, can I just add, I'm sorry. So is this, we're legally allowed to do this because I was told on the phone, we were not allowed to go into closed session. So I just want to make sure that we don't get to a closed session and then we're told we're not legally to discuss. Because you told me you're not allowed to discuss it in closed session. So I just want to confirm so we don't get to the closed session. No, I'm looking at the. I'm just asking for clarification because I keep on being told different things.
I don't think it definitely in the record, however. Yes, you can ask for legal advice in a closed session. It would be a more discussion in closed session to make sure it pertains to legal advice and open discussion, open session.
I just want to make sure I'm not being silenced, which I really feel like I have been.
We're now departed from the agenda, and I'd like to see the agenda.
Okay.
Is anybody with the minutes for August 26, 2024?
Yes. I,
Any motion there?
yes,
There.
motion to approve the minutes from August 26, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second, previous roll.
That's the previous roll. The minutes are adopted. Special agenda item, director's report.
Hello, everybody, Bettis. You know, I am now the director of CRO, so you guys didn't know, thank you very much. Who's doing?
It is traditional for the new director to bring a cake.
Yeah, it's in my trunk, but I'll get it to you. Just real quick, I interned here 24 years ago and now I'm here, so it just feels kind of nice and great staff to work with, so I'm happy to.
Didn't you leave for a while?
Several times, but I didn't learn my lesson any of those times. I keep coming back for more punishment, but no, I'm actually happy to be here.
Congratulations and proceed.
So you know, I recall, we're having a grant to help with some professional services to craft a set of design guidelines that will be used to move forward.
Yeah, use the microphone, please. Is he hooked to the microphone?
Can you hear me okay?
No.
Okay.
No.
We're trying to avoid, sorry.
Should have talked pretty loud. How's that? Thank you, much better. Sorry, guys, we're trying to avoid the awful feedback from before.
So again, our office has a grant. We've hired a consultant to help craft a set of standards moving forward when a neighborhood wishes to update their standards, or perhaps a new neighborhood wants to become a historic district. We're gonna have a great set of standards, have a template and a menu that can be used as a tool for these neighborhoods to update and create new standards. So in town this week, we have the group from MKSK. This is the group we awarded the grant to. I have Nick Calgaresis and his crew here, Carly Lemon, Gail White, and Katie McLaughlin. Tomorrow, we're gonna give them a grand tour of the city, all the historic districts. I rented a van. It's gonna be great. I'll tell you. It's gonna be fantastic. I can't wait to do this. So we're gonna drive around, show them all the historic districts, perhaps potential districts, so they get a sense of what we have in this great city. And then the following day, we're gonna have a sit down with staff. We're gonna kind of go through our concerns, what we've been dealing with the past, couple decades with our various standards and how they all differ, and hopefully get this menu of standards up and running someday. But I have Nick here. He just briefly to say hi to you all. I don't want to take too long to get out of this, but I still want them to say hi really quick and then proceed.
We'll see how long Nick thinks not long is.
Nick is on a short leash.
Thanks, Dylan. I'm only gonna be a couple of minutes. My name is Nick Calabreses. I'm an associate principal at MKSK, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And as Dylan said, we've been hired to develop the design standards or design standards template. And my team, we're here till Thursday. And in addition to the tour, we're gonna have a nice day of sit-down meetings with city staff to go over the design standards template and what we want to do with it. And so we're looking forward to the visit, getting to know the city a little bit better. My background, I've been a professional preservation planner for 30 years. And I've had a chance to work in places like San Antonio, Detroit, and Chicago, and developing design guidelines. So we're looking forward to getting to know the city, and then later on, we'll be working with the two candidate neighborhoods. And so we're looking forward to getting to know everybody here and the preservation issue that you want to address. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think that's pretty good. Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
Anything else on director's report?
You will notice, and actually, it's actually in response to some questions from Tiffany and working with Olivia, we did craft the agenda that will be a little different moving forward. We're always gonna have on the agenda an option for a closed session. That's to kind of pull it in line with other agendas across the city. Okay.
Great.
That's it.
That remark 10 minutes ago. would have passed the law.
Should have opened up with that, Bob.
No, I buried the lead, I apologize.
Okay, now, what did you want to do first?
A first if possible.
Okay, agenda item A.
Okay, first up is a preliminary review for 6170 Delmar. This is over in Tinker Bolivar. The proposal is to install a painted mural on this, east facade of building in question, so right in this area right here. Some quick context, we're located, so half block to the east of Skinker, near Moonrise. Just street level context, it's kind of blurry, but you get a sense of where we're at. I believe it's the Kingside Diner now, actually. And this is the location. So you see it's visible, you're driving westbound on Delmar. And this is the location. And this is location with a few options for the proposed mural. Essentially, the Skinker Bolivar Code actually says specifically they don't want murals. So that's the point A as to why it is not compliant. Also, this site is actually painted brown. At some point in time, the wall was repointed, so that's why you see the mortar joints. But they also have rules for repainting of painted brick. And so the mural does not fall in line with the painting requirements for repainting, as well as just being a mural. So those are two ways in which the proposal deviates from the standards. You all should have gotten letters of support from everybody, the elected official of the board, the historic committee, where Skinker Bolivar supports the mural. And this is being sponsored by the East Loop SID, so they're the ones who are doing it, and Samantha Smigala is here to speak on behalf of the project. But since it is spelled out very specifically that murals are not allowed within the district, staff is recommending that you do not grant preliminary approval for the mural. Questions or names?
I have a question. Was there a mural in the Skinker Developer neighborhood that we approved? I'm just thinking for sample purposes, by the Metro Link, or is that
The birds,
the bird? Yeah.
that was actually Central West End.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're further west.
Any opposition to this?
I'm sorry,
Any opposition to this?
I have received no opposition.
When was this piece of the legislation put into effect?
It was done while I was gone, actually, so I think about 2018, 2019, yeah. Yeah, so they updated their code pretty recently.
And they still don't want painted murals?
But again, they are in support of,
Yeah.
they are in support.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Since there isn't any opposition, would it be okay if we went to a motion right away?
Absolutely, it's your decision.
Second.
The applicant's actually here.
So we need to hear from them if there's no opposition.
Well, let me rephrase that, guys. I don't see anybody in the Zoom. Let me make a quick announcement so we don't get too sidetracked. That's pretty straightforward.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to continue, I don't want to.
Let's hear the
I'm
other.
gonna do one quick thing before I get too far. This was straightforward, but it's a good point to make. If you are in the Zoom, please send a direct chat to the tile that says send request to speak here. Just send it to that specific tile. It's in the chat that says the address and your name, and that's the item you want to speak on. Please just do that. I want to reinforce that every time we speak, get up here and talk about an item. Just to the send request to speak here, send your name and the address you want to speak on. Don't put stuff in the chat. We don't really, that's not part of the record. So we want to make sure that we have you heard. So please, if you want to speak on an item, please send the address and your name to the send request to speak here tile. Given that, I do not have any opposition.
Chairman,
Samantha?
Yes.
We have a question.
Absolutely.
So the ordinance is pretty clear, standards are pretty clear, it says no murals. Nobody who's written to us, called us, emailed us, or sent us has an objection to it. So what's up?
Yeah, what?
Well, I'm not sure why the ordinance says that. I know it's a historic community and I think they're trying to protect a lot of their buildings, right? Typically, especially in St. Louis, we don't like to paint on brick. This particular project was presented to the Historic Districts Committee through the East Loop SID, to the property owner, to the alderperson, and everyone thinks it's a great idea. We're a vibrant entertainment district, business district. Murals can bring visitors, can even spur economic vitality. They can tell stories. And we really want to create something that is vibrant along the boulevard that represents the boulevard. So we're going to have Del Mar within this mural, name boldly stated in vibrant colors, and we're just looking for a variance to paint on the brick on the east side of the building.
So it is your testimony that
It
you
is.
believe that the neighborhood association, the neighborhood would like a variance for the ordinance.
Correct, and we have those letters of support.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Kling?
Oh, sorry, I have one question. Is Quadrant a management company affiliated with Washington University?
Yes, they are.
I'm gonna recuse from this one.
Okay,
Yes, sir. I move that the preservation board overturn the director's denial and approve this item as it would be a variance to the subdivision.
is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call the roll. Commissioner Robinson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Alderman Ryan, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Colleen, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamaker, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Chair abstains on this vote. There are 5 yeses, 1 abstention, and 1 recusal. Motion carries. Okay, now Bob, which one was next?
D.
D, thank you.
Okay.
And again, as I get a text in here again, please, if you want to speak an item, please send that chat to the send request to speak here tile. Don't send it to the preservation board meeting. That's the one we're operating up here, so I appreciate it if you send that. But Adrian, we will see your request. Sorry, we didn't do it. That's all right. I know I did it. Yeah, but this is a lot call here. Unpleasant.
I'm Andre Gagan, expert in Cultural Resources Office. I need to enter into the record, the Central West End Ordinance 56768 as amended by 6923. Enabling ordinance 64689 is amended by 64925. Presentation, PowerPoint, agenda, and application.
As Ms. Gagan reminds us, this is not a preliminary review, this is an appeal of a denial. So we will ask those who testify to affirm to telling the truth. And every item that you want on the permanent record to be handed to Olivia so that she can note it as received.
This is 559 Pershing Place. Pershing Avenue. This is, shows the location of the building. These are some views of the existing 3rd-story windows. There are 7 windows that are required to be historic replacement windows under the standard. That is the 3 on the front of the sunroom, the 2 others that face the street, and then there's 1 window on each side of the sunroom as well. It's just a view from the street of the windows in question. Just some context. Okay, so the owner applied for a permit to replace 15 non-historic aluminum windows with new vinyl windows. 7 of these windows are street visible and required under the Central West End Historic District standards to be historic replacement windows. Vinyl is not an approved material for visible windows under the Historic District standards, and the proposed replacements do not replicate the proportions or profile of the historic window. The permit application was denied, and the owner has appealed. So, in specifically, the vinyl windows do not comply, not only material, but they don't apply because the median rail is extremely low. And there, it has an offset meeting rail as well, something that we wouldn't, we don't normally, approve for historic replacements. While the windows that are currently there are not, historic, they were done ages ago, probably in the 1980s. And it has been our practice that when something is replaced on buildings like this, that where there are condo units, that we want them to go back to more historic, not something less historic. There was a couple examples. Yeah, that's the window, the proposal. And as you can see, it has a very low lift rail, and the median rail is also offset. So they do not, it does not comply with standards because it does not replicate the historic replacement window portions. So the owner had sent bids, which I believe you all received in the packet of materials that were sent out to the board. But I wanted to know that the difference in price, well, there's a difference in price. The bids that was received for the historic replacement windows was all 15 windows, which not all 15 windows need to be historic replacements. So that would lower the cost if those other 8 windows were not historic. And like I said, they're not required to be. So it's just these 7 windows. Like I said, the 7 windows to replace are highly visible from the street. The proposed replacement windows are vinyl, which is not improved material for visible windows in the west and historic districts. And the profile portions of the windows do not replicate those of the historic window. The Central West and Association Planning and Development Committee has sent a letter, which you also should have received. And I believe that Jim Breyer is going to testify. Based on these preliminary findings, the Cultural Resource Office recommends that the Preservation Board uphold the director's denial as proposed windows do not comply with the Central West and certified local historic district standards. And before I forget, I also wanted to point out that in the letter, it stated that they also wanted to rewrap the trim with aluminum foil stock, which is also not allowed under the historic district.
During your presentation, you pointed to a window. What window was that?
That was their proposed replacement.
The appellant present?
Yes.
Okay, tell us who you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Adrian Amura. I bought this unit as my daughter's attending.
Hello?
I'm sorry?
Before you go further, is your testimony going to be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. So I bought this unit as my daughter started her first year of med school last summer. And my concern with particularly the brick OG molding is that my unit will have windows that look different from the rest of the 16 buildings, which have 86 condo units comprising about 1,400 windows. And my concern is, not just the cost, but pretty much the fact that my windows will look very different than the rest of these buildings. Also, when I attended my first Washington Pershing Condo Association meeting, there were many other condo owners that had similar concerns to mine, and they have a very keen interest in being able to find a way to incentivize replacement of these windows. And my builder who is present with an example window, we believe that it would maintain the aesthetics of these buildings and it will fit within the aesthetics of actually the entire neighborhood, where 95% of the buildings on this stretch of Pershing have windows that look like this. These windows, as Andrea said, and she's been incredibly helpful throughout this process, they're 40 years old, they've deteriorated, they're unsightly, they're inoperable, they're leaky and energy inefficient, and they cannot be cleaned unless you hire somebody to put scaffolding up there. So our proposal is really to find an economical way to incentivize replacement of windows that will be operable, energy efficient, and are easy to clean by the homeowners. The unit beneath me has been vacant for 5 months. It's on the market. Its value was originally listed at $220,000. The owners have since dropped that to $215,000. I don't know if they're going to drop it more. But there is a substantial, cost savings. And as a homeowner, I would like all the windows to look the same, from both the outside and the inside, as well as, hopefully the neighbors underneath me and beside me, as well. And that's the remarks that I have. Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like us to for the record?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
That is all. I talked to Jim Dwyer today. He said that his letter conveys his stance on the item. So he went up here, read it into the record. And I spoke with Jim today, and he says the letter spells out his thoughts on the project.
Okay, and somebody else. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, is there a motion?
Hey, I'm on the list to speak. Please.
What is your name?
Steve Galloway.
I see you. Come on up.
You have this?
I have it.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Calloway. I live at 5. I'm sorry. Yes,
Is your testimony going to be the truth, Mr. Calloway?
absolutely.
And I'm very partial to people with Callow in their name.
We just finished it out for you. So, Steve Calloway, I live at 5555 Pershing Avenue, apartment 2W. I am part of the Waterman Pershing Condo Association. I'm the president of that association. I've lived at 555 Pershing since August of 2019. And I can tell you that when we purchased our condominium unit, one of the things that we did as part of initially moving in was we observed that the windows were completely inoperable. One of the things we insisted on as part of our contract is that the windows be made operable. And in spite of some of the windows being made operable, they are still, as Ms. Namura mentioned, generally inoperable, cannot be cleaned, in need of replacement. They don't stay up. There are a variety of issues with them, in addition to the fact that our buildings, so let me get a little context on there for you. So the section of Pershing that is represented by 5 buildings there. First of all, they're sandwiched between the Chelsea on the east side, and then we have some office buildings on the west side. So our buildings are all, number one, the same, essentially. Some have 3 units, some have 6 units. They are part of the 12 building Washington Pershing Condo Association. So they form actually a uniform front, if you will, as Ms. Namura mentions, of windows that face the street. One of the things that when we moved in, as I became president of the condo association, is that I heard from many homeowners either that they were interested in replacing their windows and had tried to replace their windows, or initially in investigating what it costs to replace their windows, the cost was prohibitive. And we found that to be the case also. So part of what Ms. Namura has presented has really been just the idea that in addition to all of the things that we need to do, so we need roofs, we need tuck pointing, we've got foundation issues, we need parking lot repairs, we have all kinds of things that these 1912 buildings need, which in addition, as president of the organization, I led the board on a inventory, on a walkthrough of all of our buildings and observed personally the shape that all of our different buildings are in, including the windows that are part of common areas that are similarly in need of repair desperately. So I would just like to add my voice and strong support for Ms. Namura's request as an individual owner. But also I view this as an opportunity to kind of start the ball rolling as a representative of our association that's interested in increasing, maintaining the values of our properties, and needing to do so in a cost-efficient and effective way, that this could be the start of us doing something that would do that. One of the things that I have support from our board for is that I think that one of the things we could do is that we could say to folks in our association, if you would like to replace your windows, we got a template for what that kind of is gonna look like. I was really impressed with the gentleman that were here first, because I'm like, whoa, you were talking about a template for, I like that idea. So the short story is that I think we have the opportunity to start the ball rolling with Ms. Namura's request to begin to implement something for our condo association that will help people, facilitate them being able to get their windows replaced, replace them in a uniform fashion, and overall improve our neighborhood. Now, we have some properties in Waterman, they're slightly different, some of the windows are different color, but the windows on Pershing are all of the same sort of color. So anyway, this could be the start of it, and I just want to lend my strong support to Ms. Namura's request and ask for your support in this as well. I think that's all I have to say.
Great.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I believe this concludes testimony in this appeal. Do I hear a motion?
My motion that the preservation, board uphold the director's denial as proposed windows not comply with Central West End Historic District.
Is there a second? Second. Who seconded? Commissioner Cummings. See, I did that. Discussion.
I mean, I think it's unfortunate. I know exactly where this is, and a lot of those, they are older buildings and they do need a lot of attention. But I just feel like if you purchase them, you have to do your due diligence as to what is gonna be required by the neighborhood association. And I think we need to stick with that in terms of the rules.
Further discussion? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we're voting on agenda item D. Commissioner Robinson, do you vote yes or no?
I have one more question, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I did not see your hand.
I didn't raise my hand.
I didn't guess your hand.
Did we get any comment from the Alden? No, nothing. Okay, thank you.
For the discussion? Psychically or with an actual hand raise? Okay, we're gonna call a roll. Commissioner Robinson, you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Alderman Narayan, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Colleen, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Hamilton, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamaker, do you vote yes or no?
Yeah.
And chair abstains on this vote. There are 6 yeses, 1 abstention. The appeal fails. Okay, what do you want to hear next?
We'll do B.
Okay, agenda item B.
And I will say, regards to the last item, we can definitely work with the association on windows that might meet the standards. There's a long list of windows. We can work with you on some are aluminum. We can perhaps work with you on something that might meet the standards, but we'll let staff work with you on that. That would be. Okay. Okay.
Bob, this looks familiar. Have we heard this
It
before?
really looks familiar, I know. So this is a return of a prelim review, the construction of the new building at 2344 South 18th Street. I believe Mr. Colleen was the only person not present last time. Is that correct? Okay. Did you ever look at the last item, Mr. Colleen, just for reference? I'm just kind of curious what your reference was for last time. Did you see it at all with the agenda? I'll new you. Okay. So if you recall, the last time the item failed to get preliminary approval, there was, I guess, substantial opposition from members of the adjacent buildings and from the SRG themselves. Just so I can read in last time, the SRG's Historic Code and Zoning Committee said it lacks respect to the site plan, contextual presence, and historical appropriateness. That was the letter you got from SRG last time. So after the meeting, the applicant went back and did some redesigning of the project, moved the building, kind of in response to some of the concerns that were brought forth from the neighbors. I do want to point out, and Mr. Colleen, this is probably relevant, or just so you know, from some background, the last building was designed in a manner that was compliant with zoning code, and staff believed also with the historic code. So as proposed last time, it met those guidelines. The applicant actually met with myself and a member of zoning to try and get something that would actually comply with those codes. Unfortunately, we didn't all come to agreement on that. That's everyone's prerogative, of course. So they redesigned it and they now they're back. So I'm gonna go through what's being presented now and show you compare and contrast what was there before. Okay.
Was it your attempted testimony there that as we're looking at it today, it will no longer be compliant with the zoning code?
I was gonna get there. So as proposed today, there will be, it's no longer zoning compliant with where it's situated on the parcel. So at some point in time, it will have to go before the Board of Adjustments. If you say yes or no this evening, you say yes, there still will be another hearing for the Board of Adjustments for location on the property. So there will be some hearing beyond y'all if it is approved at this level. I'm just so you're aware. Fair? Yes. Okay. I get this darn thing right here. Okay, this is, I might just gotta do a little stuff from Mr. Colleen, because this is his first time seeing it. This is actually the alley side, which is actually a private facade for the ordinance for Soulard. So again, just to give you some context, this is the location in question. It's at the cul-de-sac at Barton and 18th. 18th Street is now about 20 feet down the hill on I-55. This is the 1909 Sanborn map showing the previous buildings that were there and demolished long ago. So again, this is just the site, and you have a better aerial view of the property. The owner combined 5 lots through zoning to make a single parcel several months ago. So it was 5 parcels, now it's just one. And again, but it does have an 18th Street address and not Barton. Barton is really the only public street that attaches to the property itself. And 18th Street does not come back. I'm not going to put back 18th Street. So this was a big part of last time. I think what was a lot of concern for folks. On the right, my right, it's the previous site plan. You would enter in at the rear of the property and you would drive around. It's kind of a circular layout. Some folks have the sea of parking. So in response to that, the applicant moved the property all the way to the alley line. So now parking and access are at the northern edge and then along the interstate side. The primary access to the units are in the rear. This is actually the primary access to the units here. But as that first picture you saw, the articulated side is this private side along the alley. Some context, again, it's a cul-de-sac that was made by the interstate, so that's kind of a dead end street. You can see various shots. It's not a whole lot left built environment wise. The context architecturally is a little compromised, I would say, to be fair. The only real adjacent building is the property that fronts onto South 13th Street, which you can see the edge of their garage right about here. Sorry, this. Okay, and then this is just looking up at the property. And a few more shots. So if you're on 18th Street where it still exists, at the very end is where the property will be. And then on my right, this is the site looking back towards 18th Street and across to a empty parcel on the corner across the street. And then finally looking at 13th and Barton, looking west. Again, that's the property in question is back here. And this is the adjacent building that we draw a lot of comparison to for setback, height, fenestration lining up. This is the building that really is the only thing that ties the design for review purposes. And a shot on the alley. So on the left hand, my left hand side, here this will be where the location of the buildings will go. And this is looking south along the alley. Got a shot off of Google that kind of shows you the site. The site does slope, and then the updated elevations kind of show that there is a bit of a grade change. There was also a concern last month. There was a question of is the grading correct? The engineer is here tonight if you wish to ask the question regarding the grading. Okay. So this is the updated alley elevation. The Molly's example.
Let's see.
Sorry, what? But if they can see the PowerPoint, that'd be, can anybody in the Zoom see a PowerPoint? Sorry, we had a technical problem with the laptop. Can anybody in the Zoom see anything by chance?
Yes, we can, I can see a PowerPoint.
You can?
Yes.
Who can?
My name
Narayan,
is-
okay, you can see here, fantastic.
We can't see him.
Okay. We have a quorum though. Okay, that's good. That means we're up and running. I mean, we're. There are several people who wish to speak who are virtual. Can anybody,
And there are a number of people that are virtual for the Morganton.
but nobody can, but you can, nobody can hear, nobody can speak through, that's the owl.
You unplug it, will it reset?
I mean, I can try. No, can't hear me in the room, can you? No.
Can you hear me in the room?
Yeah, so I can hear the people speaking, but clearly it's not coming through the room, but I can hear them in the Zoom.
And I can also hear you, Catherine.
Great, thank you
That'd
for
be great.
confirming.
That-
We're
that's-
figuring out
yeah,
what's going
thanks
on in the
for,
room.
That laptop crapped out when we had, so now we're trying to get going.
Turn off, turn back on.
I don't think this. So let's try.
So this is muted.
Well, we're trying to use the owl, so. Yeah, let's try to take the owl out. Let's take the owl off and see if we do this. How about this? Yeah, better idea. Watch this. Okay, can somebody in the Zoom speak?
Hello? Hello. But I can hear the other people in the Zoom
Hello.
room. So the problem is that the Zoom room people cannot be heard in this room.
Who's the controller of the room?
We had we shared that's gone now, so.
You share the audio through the owl?
That's how. Yeah, it's all through the owl. It's not on.
Black screen here.
You gotta love technology, right? Pity for us who have to make a living off of this stuff.
Who's speaking?
My name is Steve Katsinas, and I'm in the virtual room.
Here we go. We have some sound. I know, we're hearing sound through here finally, so.
Are you hearing people through the virtual meeting room?
We're
This
now.
is
Yes,
Steve.
we can hear you through the virtual meeting room. We're just working on the audio in the room itself.
Oh, okay. Can you hear it in the room there, right?
Yeah. We're working on the audio in the room itself. The Zoom room is working fine.
Correct. And now nothing. Is there anyone else in the virtual room?
I'm here. This is Lisa.
I'm still in the virtual room, yeah.
Okay,
I am too. I think everybody that you see on your black screen is still there
I see a
in the
black,
virtual room.
black,
here.
a black screen with a white figure. That's it.
That may be your Zoom view options.
It does, okay.
No, we can't.
Start at the beginning of the somebody's fault. It's not muted.
Yes, I just unmuted.
Folks in the Zoom room, we're having some issues with the laptop, so I need your patience. We're trying to work it out.
Wow.
Jobs here, so I just need your patience while I work on this, guys. So sorry for the hassle. Well, yeah, I'll turn it plugged in. I watched some baseball. It's like the skiing skid. I saw some about the players, and they've seen that. No. I was at the game. I was at the game. Every time. Sure.
Jeez. I think this is like the old.
Oh, yeah.
Barbara would have that. She's a big John. No, I need the power. Well, I go to.
Sabotage.
And just out of grant. Because we can. Yeah. Here. Yep. No, this is not, it is,
100% predictable and unavoidable.
No worries, guys.
You didn't get very far away.
Sorry, yeah.
Right. No, no, no.
Yeah.
I just need to read side.
That could work.
Yeah. No, you make most of it. True.
Yeah, that'll update too. Somebody come in beforehand? Double check if that's possible. Got some updates to do as well. The owl has to update in order for it to work.
Who has been that left? You've got to be kidding me. You guys, okay, what's going on here? Anything?
Folks in the Zoom, can you hear me okay? We're still.
Yes.
Still troubleshooting. We're trying to reestablish some software, so just need your patience. Sorry, we're doing our best we can. We really are.
Okay.
We have IT here. He's doing awesome. He's trying to bail us out, so need your patience. You leave. No. You're see it through. Can somebody in the Zoom say a few words real quick?
Hello,
Okay.
this is
thank you.
Lisa.
Thanks.
Hi,
Lisa.
this is Steve Katsinas.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, guys.
Now it's working. Now people in the Zoom should be able to talk to this.
Okay, try again. Lisa, can you say a word?
Hi, Bob. It's Lisa.
Never mind. Sorry.
Zoom is.
Steve Katsinas here.
All right. Thanks.
Right, if it's on. That's meeting out, so echo canceling speakerphone, so they technically should be able to hear, so.
All right, Lisa, can you try again? Sorry, Lisa, you're there. Lisa, could you try?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Do not want to.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Where's Richard?
Hold on. Hold on. Okay. There you go. Okay, sorry, guys, this is, okay, Lisa, do you guys see the PowerPoint?
I do not see the PowerPoint.
Son of
No, we cannot see the PowerPoint.
Let me try sharing it. Maybe it's just on my end. Sorry. Troubleshooting from all angles and my limited ability to. And there's so many tabs running, guys. Wait, it's over there. Here it is.
You know, it's kind of funny. I compare the meeting to the soap dispenser.
Okay, Lisa, do you see the,
Just go to.
please say you see it.
I see it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I see it.
We
I
see
see
it.
the title page.
That's great. Fantastic. Okay. I want to thank everybody for their patience and making
Like
this
it's back up.
memorable first meeting. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. So I forgot where I was, and that's not great. So the changes, I'm sorry, go ahead, Richard.
Can we see the participants?
We can. Sorry.
The only one I want to see is Alderman Narayan.
Okay. There they are.
I don't know if this helps, but I am here and
Found-
talking.
I have 40 tabs up. How about that? You see them? Okay. So this is the model example. Based the design on the deviation from previous. Oh, is everybody in the room? Everybody in the room? Okay, everybody's in the room.
And this meeting is in order.
Meeting's in order. Is it? Sorry. Disarray. Okay, so this is a revised elevation showing kind of the exposed foundation going with the adjusted grade in the alley. This is the Barton street facing side. And the model example for this is the street facing elevation of this building over here. Has been long since demolished. But this is the model example for the street facing side. And this is also the revision. And this shows the proposed versus the original. The original one had a upper story deck off the rear, but now it's a little bit different. This also shows the adjusted grade at the request of SRG. This is the west or the interstate facing side. And then the building on the north here, this is the side that faces kind of the adjacent property, but this is all private facade on the northern end. One of the contentions now is that there are no windows on this elevation or facade, so that's and the current letter from SRG is a point of contention, but it is a private facade and it's not really spelled out as a requirement. This shows the original versus the proposed. The applicant has also agreed to do brick on the first 3 units to try to minimize that appearance of that long swath of siding. So the applicant has agreed to do at least 3 bays of brick that will kind of mitigate that line of sight as you turn from 18th Street down Barton. And this is the proposed versus the original for that north facade. These are the revised and original streetscapes showing the property. The revised is at the top and the original is below. You see there's an attempt to try and address that grade that the neighborhood is concerned about and also staff is concerned about as well, but that shows that. And this is the alley side, which is actually a private facade. But again, this shows the proposed versus the original. They can't add, if you add stairs here, it kind of gets into the area of the front yard. It kind of gets a little clunky. So they just have 5, these are blind doors. They don't operate, they're not operable. And there's a set of steps. This was a request of the neighborhood. So staff still feels that it complies with the ordinance that we think it meets setback on the Barton side. It's based on a model example, which says that it should be a single style. And I believe this Second Empire style is reflected in the proposal. Material brick on the street facing side. Now, what this moving the building did create on the west side, that becomes semi-public. So unfortunately, that side does not really adhere anymore to the model example side, a model example requirement, but that side is hard to see. I mean, the side itself is compromised. It faces the interstate. You only can see it if you're coming, south or north on 18th Street and make the turn down Barton. So overall, staff does feel that it complies, and we are recommending approval. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. I'm happy to answer anything. You have a revised letter from the SRG in regards to support. The letter I received this morning says they're not in support of that based on a few items. And I just kind of want to go through that really quickly. But I think what I've shown you actually addresses some of these items. The first item, this is the letter dated the 23rd, talks about east elevation does not have doors. Well, there are doors on this now. The first 5 units, there are doors there. There's a issue about calling out a drip edge at the foundation level. I mean, that's a final drawing, building plan level detail that we would make sure is on any kind of formal building permit submission. So I'm not saying it's not a minor or insignificant detail, but that's something that we would see on a final set of documents. There's an issue with an ADA curb cut and a sidewalk. There is actually a sidewalk now on the revised elevation. There's a sidewalk that continues up from Barton towards the interstate. So that is actually there now. There's other issues about the previous site condition being 5 parcels and historic buildings versus what is being posed today. So it's a little bit different. There are grading concerns. Again, the engineer is here. So I think the new plans do show, address those grading conditions. I think there is a difference now that you can see it versus when you saw last month. And then also there's a concern about how you enter the units from the back on the west side. It mentions potential retaining walls. That's all below grade. So I'm not sure how the code would address that. There might be a retaining wall at some point in time along the outer edge of the parcel. It kind of defines the outer edge of the parking. But again, these are deals, we can work out those details later in terms of doing a right kind of veneer on it. So there are reps from SRG here to talk about that. But again, the letter is addressed, I think, in a lot of the revisions that we see today.
Yeah, my own question, I just want to clarify. So you're saying the primary entrance is in the rear and these front doors are false doors?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Would the question, would the dumpsters remain where they're located now? In front
So-
of all this?
Directly in front of it?
Well, they're further south. Actually, I would like to have the applicant address that question to you because the new site plan does show, let's get back up to the site plan. Yeah, see where they are now. Sorry, almost there. There is a call out, I believe, like right here for some dumpsters. Again, that could be, it's up in this on your left side. Yeah, right. I believe that's the
dumpsters, yeah, like the public dumpsters.
we can have the applicant address the additional dumpster questions for the adjacent properties.
Further questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Anthony has some. Or it was you, sorry, Richardson.
Richardson does. Hey, so the first thing is, I was looking at our preliminary review policy and procedures. So if approval is withheld for preliminary review, a subsequent review shall not take place without the director of the CRO's office determination that the design of the project or the conditions framing the proposal are sufficiently different from the original proposal that it merits reconsideration. Did you make that determination?
I believe them moving the entire building to the alley is significant change.
And a new construction alteration or addition project will be scheduled for a second preliminary review of the design if the proposed work differs significantly from the presented at the initial preliminary review. Same thing?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. And then I'm still confused. So your interpretation of model example is it can be, it's not one model example, it can be multiple model examples.
So it says a building or elements of a single building type or style. So obviously a single building is a single style generally, but my interpretation is you have 2 buildings, which are both Second Empire style buildings of a same style being used as the basis for the design of the building. Nothing says it has to be a single building. It just says a single style. So I think that that's appropriate being that both examples are Second Empire.
Even though elsewhere in the code, it says make the submission of a model example, not model examples.
I'm sorry.
Even though elsewhere in the code, it says that you make a submission of a model example, not model examples.
I would concede that there is the code conflicts in some ways.
Right, you said that the alley facade is a private facade because it's the alley?
So the way you define each facade is determined by its distance to the property line, or if it faces the street directly. So a public facade is one that faces the street directly. This one has one public facade, which is the short one that faces Barton. So that's the definition of a public facade.
So I think the definition of this code also says the section of a side elevation which is set forward of an adjacent structure. And I couldn't tell from the staff report, are we set? Is the Barton set back to allow for the sidewalk or in front of that other house?
It is only set back roughly 2 to 3 feet to accommodate the new
Okay.
sidewalk, slightly back.
And then also, there's a definition of alley house. It says a residential structure located immediately adjacent to an alley, but this long thing doesn't, it's not an alley house.
So an attempt to try to find appropriate model examples to fit the site for its scale and mass. I helped try to find something that would meet that criteria. Alley houses don't, this is not an alley house. So I don't say this is an alley house in any way, shape or form. It is not an alley house. Trying to find that as an example just didn't seem appropriate.
So even though it's a residential structure located immediately adjacent to an alley, it's not an alley house. That's your interpretation.
I would say that's correct. Alley houses, it's not an alley, it's not an alley house per se. It's,
No, it is an alley house per se.
The entrance is from,
the entrance will be actually on the rear of the property, not the alley.
okay,
It's just oriented at the alley.
Okay, and then in 301, which was which was, yeah. Better read my writing here.
yes.
So I think in your staff report, you said 301.1, you said partially complies. So can you just elaborate? And then I think before was that it fully complied?
Before it did comply fully because it was aligning, as best I could tell from the submitted site plan, that it aligned exactly with the side of the house that faces 13th Street. That's the only relevant facade I can pull to do a setback
But we set it back now so we can have a sidewalk. All right?
at the request of the neighborhood. And setback of, again, a few feet at most. Because there's a slight buffer on the on that south side of 13th Street house. There is a slight grass buffer between the sidewalk and the street.
And then 301.2, which was mass. I think it partially complied before, now it complied. Can you explain that one?
Let me get my aerial views up. Sorry. The wrong way. Yeah, I believe that I changed my mind in terms of I think it fully complied. I believe if I said partially before, I think I was being a little too wishy-washy. I want to be more firm about, I believe that it complies with the massing element of that part of the code.
Okay, and then 401 of the code talks about slope and grade. The historic slope of the yard shall not be altered at the public facade unless it has at some time been altered and is to be restored to its original configuration. Do we have any issues there?
I don't see how we can call this site in any way pristine what it was historically. I think it's obviously been modified heavily since the vacation of 18th Street, as well as the mounting of the site for the interstate.
Or we don't know how to restore it back to its original configuration because we don't know what it has.
I don't think you have the context to do so, personally.
Okay, and then why is the west facade a semi-public facade?
Because now it's a side yard at least 15 feet. So that's, again, I was going through the definitions of public, semi-public and private. You're asking about the alley side. Initially, last month, there was about 15-ish feet to the sideline, so it was kind of still private. It has now moved so far to the east that that side becomes semi-public, given the distance from the side of that building to the edge of the parcel.
Got it, okay. The last one, you just talked about retaining walls, and so new and reconstructed retaining walls shall be based on a model example. They be trying to do that then?
At some point in time, there will probably be different documents that will have things like retaining walls that staff will look at. Depending on the location, which they're not defined right now, I think staff will look at those retaining walls and determine if and how we address them for their design and material.
Thank you. Further questions for Bob, Catherine,
No.
Connie? Mike? Yes. Thank you. Let us hear from the applicant.
Sure.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Don't touch the microphone.
That's right. My name's Leonard Adewunmi. Here to speak on behalf of this project. Like I told you guys last time, we've been working on this since April of 2023. We've made 3 modifications to this project. I think I shared with you guys the first time what we originally came up with. The neighborhood didn't like it, CRO didn't like it, so we made modifications. And that's what you guys saw the last time. So after listening to the neighborhood the last time, and I think Bob made it clear that after meeting with zoning and CRO, we made sure we complied with zoning and then also with CRO what they wanted. The neighborhood didn't like that, what we presented the last time. So we went back and tried to modify the plans to make sure that we appeased what the neighborhood was looking for. So just a few things that they wanted from the last time. We had the building closer to the highway, and they wanted us to move it closer to the alley. So we did that. They said that the building the site didn't have enough landscaping. So talked to the civil engineer, he was able to get landscaping around the building. We originally had the parking lot on the highway side. No, actually, we had the parking on the alley side. The neighborhood wanted us to move the parking from the alley side onto the highway side. We were able to do that. They wanted some sort of grading plan to show that, to kind of show the slope of the site. We addressed that and we submitted that to them. Then they came back and said, now that we've moved the building onto closer to the alley side, they wanted us to break up the facade so that it more reflected the model example. And as you can see, we were able to do that. So we showed some kind of inoperable doors with some steps that go to nowhere, just so that we can please the neighborhood. They said we didn't have windows on the south side to match the model example. So we did that. They said they wanted a sidewalk because now that we're entering through the highway side, they wanted some sort of sidewalks to make sure that pedestrians could walk into the building. So we did that. So after complying with all of this, we thought for sure we were going to get a support letter from the neighborhood. And at the last minute, we found out that they weren't going to support it. And at this point, I don't know what more to do. Any questions?
Yes. I mean, yeah, you said you have a question.
I know.
Okay, yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah, I do. So you're telling me you've done everything, you've met with zoning, you've met with cultural resources. All of that was fine. You checked every single box. you were denied last meeting.
Correct.
You're coming back this meeting, you jumped over hoops, did every single thing that the neighborhood asked, and they're saying it's still not good enough. Is that your testimony?
That's my testimony.
Okay.
Commissioners, questions?
Yes, what? Why would you change a complying building
Right, to non-compliant.
to a building that no longer complies and still can't seem to get approval from SRG?
That is the $1 million question. Last time we thought that we met through all the authorities, the zoning. I mean, we've sat down with SRG, we've been at their meetings, kind of going through and modifying our plans to make sure that, you know, we would comply with what they wanted. And that's what we thought we were submitting the last time when we came to the meeting. But for some reason, they opposed it.
So at this point, yeah, it's a question. Okay, I just, I want to answer, I want to ask the question.
We're not gonna do a free for all back and forth.
I'm still,
Oh, okay, Anthony, take it away.
do you think that this design, this revised design is a better design than the one you presented to the board last month?
Absolutely not. I think
Sorry,
I
I did not hear your answer. You turned your head at just the
Okay.
exact.
I think we're doing whatever it takes to appease the neighborhood.
Did you say absolutely or absolutely not?
For absolutely not to what?
So the question was, do you think that this new design is better than the previous design you presented last month?
Yeah, I think I'm indifferent to that because we are actually just, at this point, I had a compliant building the last time. At this point, the neighborhood is making us change things to appease them. And we were willing to do that just so that we would get their support. So all we've done is we moved the building.
No, I'm aware.
Yeah.
I don't think I think you have a far worse design
Yeah.
than what was presented
Yeah.
last month.
Further questions?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So in line with my other questioning, do you feel the neighborhood's preventing you? Is your only roadblock into creating, developing a building that meets every single standard?
100%.
Okay, I have no more questions.
So, I mean, you addressed the neighborhood's concern. You did not address a majority of this board's concern, which was we did not believe that you had produced a model example. Have you, in the interim, found a model example?
Yes. So I think the last time we were here, part of what this exercise is about is for us to meet with Cultural Resources. Cultural Resources directs us as to, if you remember the very first time when I came here last time, the design that we have now is totally different from what we started with. Cultural Resources didn't like it, and neighborhood didn't like it. That's why we went to this model, and we had the model example to go with it. But apparently the last time, the neighborhood had several concerns, such as not enough landscaping. You had the building, the parking was on the alley side, and we would rather have the parking on the highway side, so we wouldn't have to deal with it. So we made all those changes. Yes, we had a model example that we based the building on, but we were willing to change it around to make sure that we obviously appease the neighborhood, because it seemed like that was the only obstacle for us moving forward with this.
I believe I believe there was a model example, because I remember someone on the Zoom saying the model example was too old, which I'm not sure how that's the case. So just for the record, there was a model example.
It was a model
presented.
example, and as a matter of fact, the model example had windows on the south side, and they made us put windows on the south side, which, you know, we did.
Mhm.
And I believe Bob testified to there being a model example.
Just clarify something, please. Up here is a model example for this elevation you see above that. As I showed before, this is the model example, which I believe meets the criteria. If you all think that I'm incorrect, that is fine. But this is, I mean, this is discussing about getting alley houses and stuff like that, trying to find a building that met the scale with a historic appearance. This is what I did. I try to help. I'm not trying to. My point is that it's not a matter of like, or a matter of, if you would say I didn't like the first design. It's not a matter of like, it's a matter of trying to find something that's compliant with the standards.
Right.
So that's what I was trying to accomplish by finding buildings that were close in scale, close in style, like the long building, and then this one showing on that elevation on the side is the reference for this side. This is the model example for this side of the building. Just want to make that clear. Okay. So,
I have a question of Bob.
sure.
So in regarding the previous building that checked every box, that it seems a few people like better, and you don't have to go in front of Board of Adjustments, and the neighborhood's trying to work with them is still unhappy. Do you still believe that first building that they presented last month is in compliance?
Sure. Two things. I think we've been saying a lot about the neighborhood and this letter. We might want to have them respond to what they've seen. I don't want to get too, we might want to have them address the changes that they are obviously clearly on the plans versus the letter you all have. There might be some change of opinion. I think that might be something we want to do. To me, again, it's not about like, both to me met the code. This newer one meets the code and does not meet the code in a few more ways, unfortunately.
You said it does not meet the code?
Yeah, the issue comes down to
That's
that side that
other-
faces the interstate. And then there's a little bit now of a setback, just slight to incorporate a sidewalk, which I get.
So we changed the code compliance building to a non-compliant code compliance building.
Right. And I think the thought is sometimes the code may not produce a perfect building. And I get it. People have their opinions. I totally understand that. I really do. Did the first one meet the code? I believe that it did. Does this one? I believe it does enough to support it. I'm not approving anything. You all are approving something, but I believe that given context, adjacent buildings not being there, I think that I can recommend approval on something. It's preferences. It's not, I don't have a preference on anything. I just try to get what's a compliant structure as best as possible.
Right, as you should.
So I have a question now. So if the alley facade is a private facade, I don't need a model example.
You know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that was noted last month. We really have the fact that they're doing that articulation on that side to do that much to change the appearance was a way to address concerns of the neighborhood, given its visibility to the street. That's why that side was given that sort of a facade. Technically, they don't have to do that, but they were doing it as a response to the neighborhood concern. And I understand that. I get that concern that that's going to be one of the most visible elevations on the entire building. But it can look like whatever they want and meet the code, but this is as a way to make the site more presentable.
Okay, and last month you testified at the 1 minute, 9 minute, 50-second mark that the project complies with the majority of the aspects of the code. Is your testimony now that last month's complied with all aspects of the code?
I would say the vast majority of the code. Yeah, I don't want to kind of relitigate last month's design unless I have to sit down and look at it again. If I worded something a little bit confusing, I do apologize. That was not my intention. I think if you look at the majority of each item, majority of the items comply. And I think that goes for both iterations.
Fair enough. It seems like we are litigating it though.
But we can. I mean, I'm happy to answer any question. I mean, if you're saying,
No, I'm great.
okay.
Bob, we've got 5 people in the room who have signed up to speak. How many do we have online? Okay. Like
Can we possibly let the neighborhood speak first if possible? They might clarify something. Is that possible? That'd be Walker and
they're not signed up at all.
One of our colleagues is on Zoom right now. If you would like to speak first, and Walker, and then James is on.
James Scroy, I believe is his name.
Yes. Hi there, I'm an architect with Trivers, specializing in historic renovation and adaptive reuse. I am a member of the Plan Review Board for Soulard. These are my personal opinions and not reflective of the decision that was given by our neighborhood board here. Just a few.
Before you begin.
Yes.
What was the decision of the neighborhood board?
The neighborhood board did not support this with a few conditions.
Okay, thanks. Proceed.
Yes, so I would like to address the comments from changing this to a non-compliant building, I believe in the eyes of zoning. So if you remember the previous example, the building was in the center of the lot with a bunch of concrete around it, reminiscing a suburban drive-through to me. If you look through Soulard, there really aren't many locations where the occupant of the building needs to park their car, walk across a parking lot, and enter the building. Most of these buildings have street parking or garages. So in the previous example, having, a building in the middle of the site with concrete and parking surrounding it is not really reminiscent of the Soulard area. It's a very walkable neighborhood. Cars are seldom parked off street and on the property. And if they are, it's either in a garage or covered parking, accessed by the alley. This is an interesting site. The address is on 18th Street. There is no 18th Street. Barton is the only main facade. So having the building sited towards the alley makes a little bit more sense than having it sited towards the highway. It also, the new layout conceals the majority of the parking behind the building and would not be seen from the street. One request that I would make is to reverse the one-way direction and have alley access to the site off of Barton and exit through the alley, whether to be opposite of what it is currently set up, where the main access to the site is through the alley and not on Barton. The only other items that I see are more aesthetics. I see that it looks like a CMU foundation. I would just like to not see any CMU or cast in place concrete, as that is not historic. You can also see on the historic example that they use, this is a street facing house, not an alley facing house, which is why there is a sidewalk separating the parking and not a parking lot. There's also, more large detailed stone. So no cast in place concrete, no CMU for the foundations. And then I also have seen some issues with the parking, the 45-degree parking. The spots are correctly measured at 18 feet, but they are measured 18 feet to the long direction. So that's assuming that the car would need to hop the curb in order to be fully parked within the space. So I just see some issues with the site plan. Things are not lining up. I know stuff is going to grow. These are very preliminary plans and not details sorted out yet. But I know that as this design progresses, those details will change the way that this building looks on the site. So I just urge the developer to be as accurate as they can in the documents that they show us, so that we are not surprised with any changes when and if this gets built. I would also like to commend the developer for continuing to work with the neighborhood association and taking our comments. I do not believe that this is a worse layout. This is a much better layout than the previous example. The previous example was better suited for a suburban infill and more auto-centric development.
Thank you very much. Walker? Thank you for your patience too.
No problem.
Tell us who you are.
My name is Walker Hamilton.
Proceed.
I am currently the chair of the Historic Code and Zoning Committee for Soulard Restoration Group. Though I want to make particular note that I do not speak for the committee right now in these notes. I speak merely as a resident of Soulard and the city. There was a fairly contentious discussion within the committee and here too, I believe. And I felt it a disservice if I did not speak on this project. I think that modern zoning codes and setback requirements often clash with the character and needs of historic neighborhoods. And these regulations are designed to promote safety, uniformity, and open space and contemporary developments. But I think that in this instance, they do a disservice to our neighborhood. Going down the bullet points, I would say that the east elevation, including the doors to break up the scale and to match the model example to an extent, resolves to my personal satisfaction the issues seen on that facade. I know that the drawings do not call out the specification of drip profile or stone foundation treatment. James already spoke to those, but I'm in agreement with him. And I do believe that CRO staff usually makes those notes when the construction drawings come through from the building division. The developer has graciously added a sidewalk with ADA curb cut there now that the entrances are on the interstate side. And I would note that, you know, this property was 5 parcels. It was a little bit of a surprise to us when it was when they were all vacated and merged with a single dedication. But I would note that each property that made up those 5 parcels were made unwhole by the construction of the interstate. And I don't see that reversing. There are no windows provided on the north end of the structure. I do feel that this is a non-public facade and not subject to our historic code guidelines. I know that the entrances to the rear on the lower end are below grade and unclearly drawn in these drawings, but as this is a preliminary approval and as that is a non-historic facade, a non-public facade, it is not necessarily entirely subject to our code guidelines in this specific instance. I think that them agreeing to put bricks 3 units down is a welcome change on the developer's part. And then regarding the grading notations, I would say that this is a civil engineering issue and it's not necessarily subject to historic code guidelines. Although I do think that it does become an issue when judging context and mass. And in this instance, I feel like they've definitely exceeded to our requests. I do think that there's more work to be done on the civil engineering drawings, but I would hope that that would come before they put a shovel in the ground. When they're looking to get the permits and when they're looking to get MSD's approval or whatever else they need. I know that there have been and will be mentioned parking issues and traffic flow issues. I do not think that is the purview of this board. And I don't think it's the purview of my committee necessarily. As the committee chair, I've only been the committee chair for, I think, 2 years-ish. And I'm already tired of talking about car storage. I asked for your favorable consideration of this project with the conditions that we have put before you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Amanda? You've been here about a week. You might as well speak.
I know. So I'm president-elect of the SRG. I'm also liaison for the planning and review team, and
Say your name for the tape.
Amanda Ramcharan. Okay. This was definitely a very contentious project, debating different aspects. I just want to say that, you know, at a point it came down to yes with conditions or no with conditions, but I think the most important thing to look at are the conditions listed in the letter. And if they're met, I think there is agreement and support from the neighborhood. So I think I would want to just emphasize that conditions were the most important part of sort of what they're looking at for the plan. And if we can come to an agreement there, I think we'd have neighborhood support.
So, question for you as you're the incoming president. Congratulations and my condolences to.
Thank you.
So, I'm coming to this party late and I'm looking at those fake doors and fake stairs in the back and I'm thinking that's going to be like an attractive nuisance. Nobody's going to maintain those things. How important is that to your neighborhood organization that those things stay? And they're going to cost quite a bit for the developer to put those on. I picture this building without those, and I think it's just fine. And in some ways, it's more genuine because you don't have these false things in the back that nobody really loves. You know, they're just going to deteriorate over the years, and so. I don't know if you can answer that for your group or if someone else could.
I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that. I think I would look to the model example and sort of what that brings there, but I think in terms of the maintenance of the maintenance of the building, I don't know if I'm the right person to speak to how well the building will be maintained.
We still have a Steve, a Billy, and a Tim to speak. Maybe one of them will have an answer.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Okay.
Actually, look, I liked your line there. Forget about the maintenance. We've got fake architectural features on a building. You're okay with that?
She's not sure.
Speak forever.
Yeah,
Don't
you're not on trial.
Walker, you want to come up there?
Maybe we get the next people through and if the questions still remain.
Yeah. Actually, could we have Stevens, could we have Tim instead?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's right there.
Yeah. Hello.
My name is Tim Hollerbach and I'm the architect for the project, and I don't know if I can really add a whole lot more that's already been said. You know, we've been working with Leonard for, you know, over a year on this project, and we've been working with the committee, trying to do everything that we can to you know, appease it. I'm not a big fan of the fake architectural elements on the rear side of it. We produced a drawing that did not have those. We had the windows kind of recessed in order to just give some definition to it. They don't come across on the two-dimensional images just because it's two-dimensional. But then we were asked to add some fake doors and add some stairs to it. So again, we're just trying to do whatever we can to you know, appease everybody that's involved in this project.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Tim, I've got a question for you. So was it not possible? I get the site planning, but was it not possible to then still allow for the front of the building rather than it face the alley, for it to still face what once was 18th Street, still allow for that green space such that you did not need all of the fake stuff happening behind it? So essentially,
The interstate.
so essentially, it would face the interstate as it did on the previous site, but yeah, it did. So why not face the interstate?
The historic side face the interstate.
The historic site
I
face.
believe there's no road there and it just, with the committee, it just didn't make sense to face nothing, because then we would have a pretty boring side on the alley, which is gonna be what's visible.
The alley though.
Yes.
And I guess now, because you are actually coming around and wrapping the back with 3 bays, why not face what used to be 18th Street and then wrap the back? I'm literally trying to come up with something that's
Okay,
better than what.
just to keep us focused, what we have before us is their new plan. And not their old plan. But
I'll
as
come
much
back.
context as possible is good.
I'll come back to you, Tim. I want to speak with the owner as well after everyone else's.
Sounds good.
All right.
Billy Tomber? Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you all again. My name is Billy Tomber. I live at 1322 Lamai. I am the immediate neighbor to the north and 4.5 feet downhill from the proposed development. I spoke to this body last time and offered, I spoke on, I am speaking on behalf of myself, but I spoke in opposition to it then, and I'm going to repeat my opposition to this plan today. We talked before about how we didn't like the last iteration, that it was a moat of concrete was the quote, and I think that's been paraphrased here today. This one does have more green space, but at the same time, it has many incompletions and markings that are not suitable and not suitable for approval. I'm going to call it incomplete with respect to the professionals in the room. It came across as rushed and incomplete. We left this meeting on the 26th of August, and this drawing came across, I believe, on the 9th and 10th of September is when it's the dates on the PDFs. It's a rush drawing. It's incomplete. It doesn't speak to the concerns that we had last time. There are some aspects that I agree with members of this board. There's some aspects that make it worse. I personally don't love the traffic flow, but I know that's not what we're here to discuss. But it does lend to the incompleteness of this design. One thing I would ask is, and I did reach out to Mr. Arlumni. We met last meeting, and I haven't heard anything back. They met with the neighborhood in November of 2023, 10 months ago. They have not met with the neighborhood since. So I don't know if we want to give the impression that we're working with the neighborhood when we haven't had a meeting with them in 10 months. So just on the record to show that they did not meet with or share the changes, that they were going from the 23 unit open space apartment building to the 16 townhomes. Those were a surprise to us. And that's consistent with what we've said, right? And we did not have that plan before August, correct? Logger? Okay, nope, no one here has seen the plan before August. That was a surprise to us. These are just not, this is not a plan that we can approve, and it was enumerated there. The partly complies part, it sounds like some of those things were ironed out in the last couple of days. That's news, because I was going off of the most recent agenda. I thought there was at least 2 partly complies on there. And my thought was, well, if it partly complies, it partly doesn't. And I think that's part of it. This is the third presentation and the third time that Soulard Restoration Group has rejected it. I ask humbly, and I ask on the record, that we get a chance to meet with the developer as soon as they're ready, and be able to have a constructive conversation of what is wanted. The last conversation spelled out what wasn't wanted, 23 units on that lot. There has yet to be a conversation of what is wanted that I've been involved in, and that anyone on the committee that I'm aware of has been involved in. So that's what I'm asking. Let's go to the drawing board. Let's not come back to this room again until we have a drawing that works for the neighborhood, for the developer and the city that we can all be proud of.
Steve Katsinas, thank you.
Can we ask, I have questions for this guy, for this app,
Is it about the?
it's
decision
about
of
what he
the
just said. It's about his
Let's
testimony.
finish the last speaker.
Okay.
Steve Katsinas.
Hi, thank you very much. I have been present with you all in the last few meetings, and I want to remark on a couple of different things. Again, to thank Mr. Adewumne and his team for persistently trying to improve their design to meet the neighborhood satisfaction. I am a member of the SRG, but I am not on any of the governing boards. I've lived in the neighborhood since 1993, and I've rehabbed 4 houses down here. And I've had to deal with all sorts of compliance issues. And so many of which I did not like, but I did. So appreciate that we're trying to make this overall a much better design in many ways, shapes, and forms. Sometimes I think, as maybe James said it or Walker said it, is that being compliant to the letter of the law doesn't necessarily comply to the spirit of the law, and the spirit is what gives us good design. To answer one of the other speakers' comments that about the placement on the alley, there is an example in over off Cherokee on Provencher Place where the facade, where the primary entrances and the facades, the public, it's not the public facade, but the front of the homes is on an alley. So there are some examples of that. And I believe that the design overall is improving. And I would just encourage, as Mr. Tomber said, that we continue to work on this just a little bit more. I did connect completely with what James, the architect from Trivers, said around recommending that the entrance flow be reversed, and someone should take a good close look at the angles and the dimensions for that parking in order for it to work. But I don't know that that's the purview of this team. It's the purview of zoning, which, according to, I guess, Bob, that said it will go back to zoning, and hopefully those issues can be restored or revised. But overall, I would just like to comment that the collaboration is great, and I think that everyone feels like we are probably very close. Whether you say that yes with conditions or no with conditions, as Amanda said, I think we just have a few more conditions that need to be looked at, and then you'll have the neighborhood support behind it. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we have the developer, Bob, and somebody from SRG all up at the same time? We have questions. Commissioner Richardson, you want to start?
I actually have no questions.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah, so let me start by saying, no. I agree. That's not to the developer. What are your thoughts on facing the entrance of the building towards, that would actually be the front facade towards what used to be 18th Street?
Facing the front.
Get a little closer to the microphone, please.
So say that again.
So rather than entering these units from the rear, actually flipping it so that they actually enter from the front, and we actually have a we have a true front facade here and these be your entrances.
Yeah, so you're saying the west side now would be the brick side and the alley side would be the siding side.
Would be the siding side. So I'm asking what your thoughts on changing that. And the reason I ask that now is because now you are wrapping three units with brick. So in doing that now, I'm saying, why not? Or what are your thoughts on creating that as the front, that this rear actually being a rear that faces the alley?
So originally, when we moved from the apartment style building to this style building, that was my preference to have that side as the front side, but we were told we couldn't do that because it doesn't comply. So we moved to appease both sides that were kind of banging against us.
As it turns out, there's only one side left. It's us.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so
I am not opposed to doing that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And while this is not a part of our purview, I think
Careful with the next sentence, Tony. Because we got plenty to purview.
I think the way your drive and parking was initially, i.e., rather than coming through the alley and coming out at the cul-de-sac, you actually do better to go in at the cul-de-sac and out at the alley. Do you have an issue with that?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you go back to me? Sorry,
Yes.
thank you. For Sea Level Restoration Group. So I just want to go through your letter.
It's gonna be my thing.
Oh, go ahead then.
Okay, thank you. But I actually want us to ask Bob's opinion on them first.
Perfect.
I would like to go through the letter and make sure I understand your opinion correctly. The first one is the east elevation does not include doors or other vertical elements to break up the long structure. Based on your opinion, that has been remedied.
Yes.
Great. The drawings do not call out the specification of a drip profile, et cetera. Is that something that we can put in as a condition of the approval or whatever, that they work out details with staff as usual, and that would be dealt with that way?
Yes.
Thank you. The sidewalk with ADA curb cut on the western side. You think that's been dealt with?
Yes.
Great. The property was once.
Dealt with in that they are doing it?
Correct. That's in these updated drawings. Thank you. The property was once 5 parcels. The number of residences exceeds that. It is your opinion that that is true?
I
guess.
can't speak for the demographics of those
Yeah, yeah.
parcels.
Forget it. You're right. That was silly. Okay. There are no windows provided on the north end of the structure.
That is correct.
That is correct. So that one has not been dealt with.
But can I tag team with you?
But
But that's a completely private facade and we don't have purview over that facade, do we?
Like siding you do, but nothing on gross fenestration.
okay, the entrances on the rear below grade are unclearly drawn to show what might be retaining walls. Do you think that they are sneaking in retaining walls? Or do you think that would be dealt with in the details and whatever?
It would be dealt with in details.
Great.
Yes.
And then the grading notations do not seem to take the existing elevation changes of the land into proper account. Do you think those will be taken into proper account?
The revised elevations do show some different contours. I'm not a civil engineer and I don't want to speak like I am one, but I think there is definitely there was an attempt to address some changes to the actual slope of the yard.
Okay, so in your opinion, everything on this list has been dealt with in the current drawings we have, other than the windows on the north side, or would be dealt with if we instructed you to deal with it through the details and et cetera process?
With the exception of the issue about the grading, which I would first, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to say with certainty that I think majority does, yes, it's been met.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need.
Bob, we've been asking you for an engineer for a long time.
I know, it's not, yeah, we're working on it.
And then the 5 parcel thing and the number of the residences, that's not our purview.
Right. I mean, it's
Agreed.
been random
Yes, it's, yes.
So I have a question. Billy Tomber testified that the Soulard Restoration Group has not reviewed this in 10 months but yet there's a letter in front of me saying that you have.
On the 20th.
So which, I mean, no offense, Billy, but I'm just wondering, like, are we looking at, this is all you guys need and you're happy?
I would clarify that we have reviewed drawings since then. We have not met personally in person as a group with the developer since then.
Okay,
I'm being very specific.
but your group would be satisfied and would not object to this building being built if these were met?
My group operates on a democratic vote, and I, as the chair, I never override that vote. And they opposed it in this one, 8-6.
Okay,
As of Thursday, the vote was 7-0. Friday, it turned into 8-6.
7-0 in favor? Or against?
Yes,
So they changed their mind.
and then it was 8-0 opposed,
So
or
my
8-6 opposed.
my question earlier about the false stairs and doors at the back, are you guys is that a very important item on your list? Like if those were to go away, you imagine you get my point. Those things are gonna deteriorate and there's gonna be trash on them and.
I agree with the maintenance aspect of that. Yes, I would say that the 2 items that I had personally a problem with previous design was the siding and the lack of, the lack of context or breakpoints on the building when it came to showing townhomes and using townhomes as a model example.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry. So back to that questioning. How do you feel about the front facade actually facing what used to be 18th Street and the rear?
I want MoDOT to give us our land back.
And thus the front facade would actually be the front facade. Okay,
But that's not happening either, right? So.
well, so that is not, but
Yeah.
I've also listened to testimony about coming up with the code not necessarily always dictating the best design.
I
And I
think
would say that
the
best design is that the front face the front and not the alley.
Normally, I would agree with you. In this case, I think that the interstate did a great disservice to us as a community and created situations like this that are hard to get around and definitely aren't covered in our poorly written historic code.
Bob, I have a question. So if someone meets all the requirements from your office and zoning or whoever, the neighborhood can dictate still who can build and who can't build based on continuous amendments to what they want to see? I just want clarification because I'm kind of confused as to why the neighborhood is continuously the roadblock and keeps on pushing the stone down the road. So that's just the question. Yeah.
I believe that to be part of a discussion we could have.
No, this pertains to this. I'm asking, I don't understand how it doesn't pertain to this. Is
I
who,
got it.
if this checks the boxes for cultural resources and zoning, is there some sort of rule that I'm not seeing that the neighborhood can dictate who builds or does not build?
So we bring all new construction to this body and, if it's a local historic district.
Correct.
Regardless if it meets or does not meet the code. Staff makes recommendation, and then you all are the final arbiter based on what is presented to you. All evidence, be it the neighborhood, be it what staff gives you, be it anybody who wants to come in and say whatever they wish about a project. That decision, in terms of giving you approval, falls to you, not staff. Staff could just approve these things over the counter, but we don't do that. We want to have a chance for people to weigh in.
I understand that, but I'm saying if you follow the guidelines, you follow the rules, and you have a neighborhood that is continuously pushing you down the road, and changing the standard, you're telling me, that rules and what what the regulations say don't supersede a neighborhood pushing, because in my opinion, then a neighborhood can decide who comes in the neighborhood and who doesn't. So that's just my question.
Well, it seems more of a statement. I'm not
Yeah,
taking
it's-
shots at it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering the chain of what's most important, because in terms of two items ago, we saw windows. The rules for the neighborhood said for Skinker Development or no, it was Central Weston or wherever that said, windows have to be a part of this list or part, and we unanimously said that. This specifically states it checks every box, but there's all this gray area. So I guess I'm just looking for understanding and clarification. Why, what the difference is, why one rule is definite and the other one, we can listen to what people do and do not want, which I think sets a dangerous precedent for people to allow who they want in a neighborhood and who they don't. And I'll leave it at that. And I want that on the record, so I leave it at that.
Sorry, should I respond to that?
No.
Okay.
Commissioners, further questions for these three? Okay, thank you all very much. Commissioners, we have before us a preliminary review that looks a little different, or maybe even a lot different from what we saw last time. Question before us is whether we're going to grant preliminary approval to what is before us or not. Commissioner Richardson, have you got a motion?
Yeah, I move that the Preservation Board grant preliminary approval for the project with the condition that the final drawings, details, and exterior materials, as well as landscaping and retaining walls be reviewed and approved by the Cultural Resources Office.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion?
Yeah.
Any chance you could add the thing about getting rid of the fake stuff on the map? We're gonna be staring at that for the rest of our lives.
Actually add flipping the building.
Catherine?
That's a different.
Yes, I just have
Yeah, but we can.
something to add to the discussion. I would just like to put on the record that I did not believe that the project that came before us last time complied with 301(1) related to the site. I know that the staff's opinion is that it complied, but I do not believe that it did comply. And by moving it on the site, I now believe that it does comply with that alignment piece.
And I am of the same opinion. If you go back and listen to the tape last time, that was my opinion. And the course of all my questions with Bob, I'm satisfied with the answers and how this one now complies with the code.
Further discussion?
And would you consider my amendment to your?
I think that's an exterior detail, so that would be up to staff, right?
I don't know, staff, can you get rid of those stairs and doors and review?
I like those doors.
That side is private. So I think if they wish to elaborate that side with stairs, I think they can do so. I appreciate what you're saying about maintenance, but that is an agreed upon thing with the neighborhood. I have no problem with it staying. I appreciate its functionality is a little bit, but
So we gotta get rid of it now if we're gonna get rid of it.
it's, you know, it's nothing that's a make or break for staff. I mean, it's a private facade. I mean, it wasn't.
Can they go out as you're going through
Can you
detail?
amend it in detail?
It'd be amended in detail stage.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Is that a final drawing in detail that gets worked out with CRO?
Absolutely.
Oh, great. That satisfy you?
Further discussion? Hearing none, there is a motion before us to grant preliminary approval to this project, subject to conditions made in the recommendation. I'm going to call a roll if I can find it, found it. Commissioner Robinson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Alderman Duran has departed the meeting. Commissioner Colleen, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamaker, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Chair abstains on this vote. There are 5 yeses and 1 abstention. Preliminary review is approved.
Bob, can you turn up the air?
No.
You guys are trying to bake us out of here.
Bob, somebody.
Great, thank
They
you.
probably turned it.
They did. Get out of here.
Yes, ma'am. So just a
What agenda item are we hearing?
over here, the actual, just clicked in. You can watch the screen.
Okay.
So I can do just up and down with the screen. Then.
Okay, wait. See, I didn't do this the last time and I can't do it this time. I'm Jan Cameron with the Cultural Resources Office. I swear to tell the truth. This is an appeal of the Cultural Resources Office denial of the demolition of 3 properties on Morganford, 3146, 48, and 3150. The board saw this project as a preliminary review at its July 24th meeting, 23rd, July 24th, 2023 meeting. At that time, it voted to withhold preliminary approval to demolish 3 subject buildings for the construction of a 4-story apartment building with interior parking. On August 26th of this year, the Cultural Resources Office received 3 demolition permits for those same structures, which were denied by the staff on August 26th based on the board's prior determination. These denials were appealed by the owner on September 6, 2024, and are subsequently scheduled to be heard by the board. There has been no change in the condition of the buildings and no change to the design that was presented at that prior meeting. So a little bit of housekeeping. I need to enter into the record ordinance 64689, our enabling legislation amended by 64925. Title 24, section 24.36, the Preservation Review District Ordinance, and the Preservation Review District Ordinance number 66609. And also note that these properties are located in the Oak Hill National Register District. And also the agenda, my presentation, and this PowerPoint. In addition, I have a number of letters both for and against the project. And if you bear with me, I will read them. Excuse me if I don't pronounce every name correctly, but for the project is a letter from Alderman Velasquez and the Tower Grove South Neighborhood Association, Deborah Pratt, President. Then a number of businesses, Alpha Brewing Company, Derek Langenecker, Managing Member, Matthew Stelson, Amsterdam Tavern owner, Meredith Bloomquist, City Park Grill owner, Travis Howard, Garden Park Deli owner, Emily Freeman, Freeman Pilates owner, the collective ownership of Road Crew Coffee and Cycles, and Bradford O'Neill, owner of O'Neill Insurance Agency. In addition, there were the following people who did not associate with any association or business: Kevin Montes, Patrick and Kirsten Combe, Andrew Abraham, Allison Cousins, Mary and Zach Rice, Dennis Boganovic, Dylan Kennedy, Adam Mises, John Savio, and Beth Doriani and their family. We also received 10 letters against the development. Randy Randomski, Peter Thatcher, Amanda Kay, Jeff Goffs, Justin Johnson, Mrs. Sharon Lansdale, Rebecca Ann Lorenzi, Spencer Morgan, Leslie Nellis, and John Petername. Okay. Now, if I can get to the subject properties. Oh, see, I'll never get this right. There are 3 properties, a single family that's been converted to commercial use in a commercial building. And these are the properties from the last year's agenda. I went and saw them again this weekend, and substantially they are unchanged. Structurally, there's no difference in these buildings, and they are all considered sound under the definition of the Preservation Review Ordinance. They are also considered high merit buildings as being contributing resources to the Oak Hill National Register District. Okay, so you can see that there's essentially no difference. There's a little bit of damage at the gutter on 3150 Morganford, but it's extremely minor. And just to show you context, the historic fabric of the Oak Hill National Register District is small scale, 1- and 2-story buildings, mostly brick. And this is the surrounding area. You can see that on the right is the project site where you see the 2 buildings, and the one on the corner is just peeking around. Now, there have been some contemporary buildings built in the district. This is MoFo. And that is just south of it, next to the 7-Eleven, which is constructed probably, I don't know, 60s, 70s. The reason that we had not brought MoFo before you is that there was no demolition involved in that site, and therefore we had no jurisdiction over the subsequent development. Okay. And again, going south along Morgan Ford. And now we are up again around the site, and you can see the really small scale character of the buildings and the very walkability. This is the site. And it would be the 3 buildings at the bottom that are proposed for demolition. The other building will be remaining. And this is the proposal. I won't go into this very much because the developer has a PowerPoint that he wants to show you. But essentially, I think you can see in the comparison of the 2, how extremely different this development will be. It's much larger in scale. The materials for the walls are entirely different. There is really no street presence because there's a lobby at the corner, but other than that, the first story is occupied by parking. Okay, so the staff is recommending that the Preservation Board deny the appeal of the demolitions for the 3 buildings. Any questions?
Has much changed from the last time?
Nothing has changed.
Thank you.
Neither in the condition of the buildings or in the proposal. Okay.
Sorry, one question.
Yeah.
So you just testified, you classify them as high merit, but then the staff report said merit.
Oh, well, that was my it's a merit building. It's a contributing building.
All 3, right?
All 3.
Thank you.
Alderman, would you like to speak now or after the appeal has been stated?
I'll speak now.
That's wise, given the glitches and gremlins that we've had today. Seizing a microphone while it still works is a good idea.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm going to start this testimony. I'm going to be a little
Who are you?
I am Alderwoman Daniela Velasquez. I represent the 6th Ward in the city of St. Louis, Tower Grove South, Shaw, Compton Heights, and portion of Dutchtown.
Will your testimony be the truth, Alderwoman?
Yes.
Proceed.
Great, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I'm here actually stating the case opposite from the Cultural Resources Board. I want to, I guess from my perspective, talk about preservation in a different way. I know that what we're looking at are the concern about the demolition of 3 historic buildings, but I think we're also talking about the preservation of, frankly, the city and the neighborhood. What you're, I think, going to be hearing, what you've heard briefly from the letters in support of this project, is that the Morgan Ford area is a very important part of Tower Grove South, and we do have a lot of foot traffic, restaurants, things of that nature, and more density, increasing density will support this, which I believe this project does. Obviously, I'm here in support of that. Also want to say that it does, from the other kind of broader preservation things, such as, what we get financially from the city. Right now, these buildings, why they are there, to my knowledge, one has been vacant for about 10 years. One business moved out to a different building, and the other one, a construction manager for the developer, actually lives and can move anytime. So when we talk about value, having a vibrant, robust section of this neighborhood filled with people, I think brings more value to the community and the economy than in comparison to the demolition of these buildings. Also, there's a financial benefit to the city. I think right now it's getting about $10,000 in taxes annually. That would set to increase a 10-year revenue to more than $300,000, and net impact to the school over $750,000, closer to $780,000. So I think when I look at how do we build and grow our city, and how do we preserve our neighborhoods and help them grow, it would be supporting projects like this that support greater density and support our economy and our community.
Thank
That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. Could we have the appellant, please? Hello, don't break anything.
Well, don't worry. Yeah. Yeah.
Just,
Not such.
just arrow down. You see, you have to look at that screen. Okay.
Thanks. For the record, tell us who you are.
I am Rob Mulpey with HM Group.
Brian Pratt, also with AHM Group.
Is your testimony going to be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Number one, what would you like us to do? And number two, what would you like to introduce to build your record?
So we'd like you to consider our appeal to demolish the buildings to make way for a 36 unit apartment building. And that would be what we're hoping to move forward with. Just one clarification, and I don't know if this does matter. Jan Cameron had mentioned that Meredith Bloomquist was a letter of support. She was, but as a resident, and Rob Pennington is the owner of City Park Grill, who is here too. So. Okay, so some of you have seen this before. Some haven't, but I'll give you a little background about AHM. We are a small city developer. Don't need it. Okay. Well,
It has been a very long meeting.
yes. Okay,
And
very
I'd
good.
like to hear the reason for the appeal.
Sure. Okay. So the reason for the appeal is
And your work precedes you. We know what you guys do.
thank you. Okay. So we'll stick to the topic. So we're hoping to build 36 one-bedroom apartments within the Morganford Business District. This property is located at Juniata and Morganford, and we sort of have three objectives for this, and that's to continue to increase the residential density within the neighborhood. Our two projects thus far have had about 1.3 to 1.5 residents, so we're hoping to add about 60 residents. Well, sorry, we have added about 60 residents thus far across those two projects, and we expect the same to be the case for this project. We are hoping to make a case to bolster the business and pedestrian foot traffic to the neighborhood by way of adding residential density. And we want to replace these structures in order to expand and help grow the city of St. Louis's taxing revenue. And I should note, this is not receiving or asking for any incentives from the city of St. Louis. So we approximately have a design that includes 36 market rate apartments. We have found that the two projects we've completed thus far have a higher demand for one-bedroom units than two. This will include various amenities in the building that we have a successful precedent of in our first two projects along Morganford. And we do believe that focusing on sort of units that are one bedroom with a very highly efficient size and layout does offset, the restrictions we have on the footprint of the site. Our goal here is to create the amenity for the residents and continue to grow the business district, because we believe that the neighborhood and the business district is an inherent amenity to the building. This project will include 36 parking spaces. This is a 1-to-1 ratio. We do have one space that is ADA compliant, and we will not impact the street traffic on Juniata because it's already an existing one-way, and both the residents will enter in off of Juniata and exit off of Juniata. So one of the topics or questions that I was asked at our last preliminary hearing was, what was our process for outreach and engagement? We do have some stakeholders here today that can attest to that. We started this project in October of 2022. My first outreach was to then 15th Ward Alderperson Megan Green, who directed me to Mark Abbott and Jack Herlicker with the Tower Grove South Neighborhood Association's Development Committee. During the fall of 2022, we had a couple of meetings with the Development Committee, who then suggested that we follow the prescribed path for the neighborhood procedure, of which we then had a preliminary meeting to businesses and adjacent residential owners, and that was on March 15th of 2023. And then my colleague Brian presented to the Tower Grove South Neighborhood Association's public meeting on March 15th, 2023, my presentation with Kyle Howerton was March 1st, 2023. We have gained support both of the now sixth ward Alderperson Velasquez and also support that was contingent of Talgrove South Neighborhood Association. Their process included multiple public outreach efforts internally, I believe, and they're here to speak with more clarity on that. And additionally, surveying the neighborhood to ultimately conclude that they were in favor of this project. As such, we have kind of continued to have ongoing outreach and communication with various stakeholders and have also updated letters of support from residents, businesses, and municipal folks as well since that point. So the existing site footprint is about 11,000 square feet as a comparison. Morgan Ford is MoFo at 3172. Morgan Ford is a larger footprint. That allowed us to add retail component to that space and park it at a 1-to-1 ratio. This project does contain 3 buildings, a single family residence. At 3146, 3148 Morgan Ford is currently a vacant commercial storefront and an upstairs apartment, and 3150 is a former single family home that is vacant and has been vacant for a decade plus. So our case here that we would ask you to consider is that these properties are currently economically obsolete and in need of significant reinvestment that is not financially viable at this time. We believe that the current status of the low density residential makeup of these 3 buildings are not a benefit to the neighborhood in the long run. So you can kind of see here, we've got the existing conditions, and we've already sort of covered these. As, again, the changes in the properties are minimal from last year. 3150, which is the building in question, has had ongoing spates of transient activity, including small fires within the building. So this building is now boarded up and non-accessible from the inside. 3146 is a current single family home that is occupied by our site superintendent, who is helping constructing 3201 Morgan Ford down the street, and he is planning on vacating. 3148, which is the commercial storefront and upstairs apartment, was prior occupied by a tenant who was vacated due to conditions. And the commercial space in my tenure within the neighborhood as a resident and also as a principal at AHM has had 2 tenants. One, a sandwich shop that closed due to economic reasons, and we have relocated Homegrown Hair, who is now in our 3201 Morgan Ford because she could not grow her business outside of in the space at 3148 Morgan.
You're saying the hair growing business couldn't grow?
Well, depends who you're talking to. Case in point. So, sorry, Brian. Over the course of the last 12 months, and now that we have very real data from 3201 Morgan Ford, we do expect this project to increase in cost a little bit. So our anticipated construction cost here is about $11.4 million. That is $316,000 per unit, which is why these are market rate rental. It is incredibly expensive to build, and this represents about a 20 to 21% increase over our 3172 Morgan Ford project that we had built in 2018 and 19. So our land basis on these properties is significantly more expensive, and as we know, hog costs over the last few years have continued to escalate. So we've covered some of the preliminary design. We have some renderings here. We, in review of architectural materials within the neighborhood to complement some infill contemporary that we've already done, this building will be made primarily of limestone, steel, and glass, which you do readily find within the neighborhood just a few blocks away in various iterations. And we do plan on having, I should make one note that the renderings with the green wall, we are very open to working with various neighborhood stakeholders to provide mural streetscaping, lighting enhancements or anything that might continue to activate where we're currently showing the parking. So here's some elevations, and we do plan on creating an amenity deck for the residents that would be on the northwest side of the building. As you can see, with 1-to-1 parking ratio, and our units are going to be all 1 bedrooms, and they will have both kitchens, bathrooms, and typical stuff required by code. You can take this one, sure. Yep.
Yeah, I think there's been some concern expressed about the future design and its impact on the street, in particular street activation. The approximate distance of the block frontage is 366 feet. It's off of Google Maps, so it's a general estimate. The distance of the enclosed parking within our building is 62 feet. So by comparison, the YO project down the street that we just completed is about 40 feet of off-street parking. I'll show an image of that as well. So the enclosed parking area in the building comprises approximately 17% of the streetscape frontage. The corner lobby itself will activate the intersection through pedestrian and other activity. And as Rob mentioned, we'll be focusing on that wall to enhance and continue activation. We can speak to why the first floor is all parking with the lobby versus an inclusion of retail as we discuss. So this is the YO project we did down the street. The new building on the left actually has first floor parking underneath and is first floor parking. And I think these are an example of how we can activate the streetscape, even though there is first floor parking on the first level that comes all the way up to the street. Project impact and thinking about the future development and the replacement of historic buildings with a future development. Residential density supports neighborhood retail commerce. Successful retail depends on successful residential neighborhood. So there's an integration there. Where residential growth happens, retail's primed to follow. So, the primary customer base for a neighborhood serving retail corridor, which Morgan Ford truly is in this instance, reflects the diversity and density of its adjacent residences and those included in the district. And Rob's gone through these project impacts. I won't restate those, but it's our belief and working with the neighborhood stakeholders, both the Morgan Ford Business District representatives as well as the Tower Grove South Association, is the belief that existing businesses need more customers to sustain itself as a viable commercial district. We actually had one of our tenants, really 3 different businesses in 2 of our buildings, announced that they were closing on Friday in this district. So we're familiar with how difficult it is to lease up these spaces and for these businesses to maintain their viability in these neighborhood scaled commercial corridors, and providing immediate density, adjacent neighborhood density is the primary customer base. People come and visit these neighborhoods, but they're not there shopping every week, unlike neighbors. You want to talk about that?
Sure. Yeah. So I think speaking to the impact on the building the business community and increasing residential density is that we now have very objective data of bringing new residents to the city of St. Louis. 67% of our existing residents at MoFo are from out of state. And currently we have 54% of our residents at the YO are from out of state. And we just got occupancy on that entire building for the 2nd floor and 3rd floor and 4th floor last month. So we're currently about 60% occupied and are still experiencing the same influx of residents who are moving from out of state that want to live in the city of St. Louis, which is great. So I've touched on these at our last presentation. But additionally, I think we as a developer really are excited about our impacts of the 2 projects that we have done thus far and within the neighborhood, and bringing new residents to the city of St. Louis that isn't just moving folks from neighborhood to neighborhood or county to city or vice versa, is really encouraging for us and helps sort of to perhaps overcome some of our stigma around St. Louis, which is not why we're here. So I think we're here to continue to grow the city and help improve this neighborhood's ongoing growth, and additionally help to bring in more revenue from out of state.
Final slide and then we'll get to questions. We did have SLDC at the request of the,
You have no doubt read the staff's recommendation.
we have,
You will address those.
take questions.
I mean, they've written them down. Complies, does not comply, partially complies. Because that's actually what we'll be making our decision on, not this.
The other one went through the economic analysis. SLDC did the analysis itself. So I'm pulling up the staff recommendation right here. Redevelopment plan.
Thank you.
Here you go. This is the, yeah, thanks. Architectural quality, I think we understand these are merit buildings in the recommendation, so I think that's a matter of fact, given the district. Condition, all three buildings appear in sound condition as defined by the ordinance. I think we would dispute that all of the buildings are in sound condition. The building on the corner has been vacant for a significant period of time. And while maybe not evident on the street level beyond some of the deterioration of the roof level, the rear of the building is suffering from deterioration issues. And the interiors of these buildings are as well, beyond the one that's occupied by our superintendent, who's holding it together with duct tape.
So, how long have you guys owned these buildings?
Sure.
So 3146 was acquired in 2018. 3150 was acquired in 2019. And 3148 was acquired in 2022.
But that's going from north to south, the three buildings.
I put the middle building in as the last one, and that's in chronological order of
Have
when
you
we
guys
acquired.
been investing in the maintenance of these buildings during that time at all?
So, yes, we have, one of my partners, Kyle, is the owner of the single family home. The 3148 building primarily has been a challenge with ongoing issues of electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and as such, we have a tenant that vacated both the upstairs and downstairs. We have since relocated them into a new larger space to help their business operations. And then they've relocated outside of Tower Grove South. 3150 has been vacant since we acquired it in 2019. And we've had ongoing issues with people breaking in. So primarily to secure and maintain that building, we've secured it. And that had a number of issues when we acquired it, with transient use, people doing drugs.
The house on the corner?
Correct, yes. Yes, and then 3146, Kyle is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so I acquired 3146 in, my name is Kyle Howerton. I'm principal with the HM Group.
Your testimony?
Yes, it will be truthful. Thank you for the reminder. I acquired that,
The lawyer kicks me if we don't.
right, well, I appreciate that too. So yes, we've been maintaining all three of the structures as necessary. 3148 also in particular. The reason that Homegrown Hair was a business whenever we acquired the building and she occupied the entire space upstairs and downstairs was because it was generally unsafe for her. Whenever we acquired the building, we had a conversation with her and she felt that it was generally unsafe. So she relocated her residence still in Tower Grove South, but to a different structure. It just wasn't it was cost prohibitive to make the investments, and in relation to the rent that she would need to pay, it didn't make any sense. Also, she couldn't heat and cool, and there are substantial moisture issues and structural issues in the basement of 3148. And that is why she relocated her business, in addition to hoping to grow, to 3201 Morganford. When it comes to the materials, the structure itself, the proposed structure, the very high quality materials, steel, stone, and glass. So.
Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Can I? So, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Yeah. You said there's
My name's Kyle.
Kyle. You said there's structural issues. Do you have reports or are you just going off of just?
I'm
your
just going
eyes?
off of real life.
Huh?
It's real life inspections of being in the structure itself and trying to mitigate mold.
Are you an engineer? or-
No,
Okay. And then for the other two, applicants, you mentioned that this will help, I guess, the neighborhood, the economy, because this is a new building and bringing life. I think I'm just referencing, just came back from Chicago an hour ago. So neighborhoods like Lincoln Park, where all the homes have been preserved, the businesses are still in these older places. Is this decision for you wanting to knock down these merit buildings more of a financial decision for you? You could.
No, I
Oh,
think,
okay.
I think for us, it's helping to continue the positive trajectory of adding residents to the city of St. Louis in a neighborhood where we have a successful track record. This building, we hope, will add 40+ new residents, and hopefully 60% of those will be new to the state. And we feel that that outweighs any the current redevelopment of the buildings as they are today.
Okay, did you, I take relocation a lot in this neighborhood, and that's why they like the neighborhood, because it's preserved. But that's a side note. Did you purchase these properties with the intention to create this new structure?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question, ma'am?
Did you purchase these 3 properties and relocate 2 of the businesses for the purpose of installing the new, to tear down these 3 buildings and build something new?
No.
Just like the, okay.
No, that was not the initial intention, but ultimately became our intention when all 3 of them ultimately became available for purchase. So the initial intention was to preserve character of the neighborhood. And that means protecting the neighborhood from buildings that aren't able to support businesses or people to live there. It's a commercial district, and 2 of the 3 structures are not commercial in use. They were built before the commercial district was actually a commercial district. And, you know, just going back to we think that it's very important to add economic viability to the city of St. Louis, and that's what we're hoping to do. But no, we did not acquire the properties initially with that intention. It was truly a protective measure to make sure that the Morganford Strip remained intact and that the businesses that we're have a landlord-tenant relationship with would survive. And unfortunately, recently they didn't,
Okay.
and they're here today.
Okay, so just one final question. So if your intention was to keep this strip intact and historical, is it your testimony? Are you saying that you don't believe that these 3 buildings are repairable?
That is what I'm saying. It's economically infeasible to make them function in the way that the business district would need them to function in order to sustain itself.
And that's based on your observation versus engineers? Is that,
Well, it's not about a structural integrity issue in terms of physical structures themselves. It's about economics.
okay, I'm sorry, I thought
No,
someone
that's
said
okay.
mentioned structure.
It was good timing. We're just getting to agenda item, to number D here.
Yeah.
So you want to continue?
I think we've addressed D2 reuse potential. I would note the neighborhood potential. I mean, there's a series of vacant buildings, some in different statuses of repair along the Morganford corridor. So I think we would, while the corridor has seen an infusion of investment both in existing and new construction, I'm not sure it's as easy to dismiss it as well maintained. Urban design. And we've talked about economic hardship, urban design, 1, not applicable to integrity of the block face. Not shown on the photographs by staff or across the street is a stick-built structure, parking lot. Clearly we have 7-Eleven to our south. So the northeast side of the block the buildings would be losing some of the block face, but the contextual block itself has seen some prior demolition and no longer has the same rhythm of a block that maybe once existed. 4 is not applicable. 5, going to F, subsequent construction. We're complying on 1. I think this comes back to the proposed construction would equal or exceed the contribution of the structure to the integrity of the existing streetscape and block face. Again, the Morgan Ford has a diversity of architectural buildings throughout. Some are historic, some are new, some are in between. I think in discussions with the community around our material choices, the height of the building, whether or not we include retail or parking on the first floor, we found community and collaborative support on a project that the community feels good about supporting to enhance the streetscape of Morgan Ford for a variety of reasons, some of which may be economic, others which may be about density and opportunity to move into the neighborhood.
Yeah, I just would like to add one more thing. So about the design of the structure itself, the structure, new construction. So the reason that it's designed with the unit mix and the ground floor parking with a corner lobby is 100% due to the input that we received through a multi-year, effectively, neighborhood collaboration and discussion. And that's how we received all of the support from the neighborhood that we received, as well as with the businesses and other individual residents of the neighborhood. So there are things that we would probably propose changing, but the neighborhood, we agree with the neighborhood and what they want. And so that's what we're trying to deliver to them.
Okay, have you introduced to the record, for the record, everything that you have said, your PowerPoint, any documents you brought, whatever?
I believe so. I think one thing that may not have been mentioned was we had there is a document directly from SLDC that really outlines the slide that you see in front of you right now.
So you want to introduce the PowerPoint?
Sure. Yes.
We have many people signed up to speak.
We do. I should probably make a quick announcement. Folks have jumped in and out.
Yeah.
Again, if you wish to speak on this item, please just put your name into the chat and we will acknowledge you. And if you wish to speak, we'll come to you as we get to it.
Okay, this has been an excruciating meeting. All of you who have been waiting here. For people who have signed up to speak on this issue, how many of you are still standing in the room, sitting in the room?
Oh, my Lord.
Okay, so going from the far corner this direction, come up one at a time, please. Hello,
Hi,
tell us who you are.
I'm Jason Hensley. I'm a resident of Tower Grove South neighborhood.
Is your testimony going to be the truth?
It is.
Okay, that's.
I just have a comment.
That
um,
holds until midnight.
Okay. We won't be here till midnight. This will be short. I came here to this meeting, this very long meeting, to just state that I support historic districts. And the mass scale and setback of the buildings that are being proposed for demo clearly support the historic streetscape that is currently there. What the proposal does is impose a new profile to the streetscape. And so personally, I find it inappropriate. And then lastly, I'll just say that in my opinion, highest and best use is a poor argument for preservation. Walgreens has been making that argument for decades, and we could list the number of buildings that they had been denied, having had requested to be demolished. So that is what I wanted to say, and I will make this less long.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Andy Zeck, co-owner of Road Crew Coffee and Cycles.
Testimony?
It's very much the truth.
Okay.
I am not familiar with anything that anybody in here does. This has been an entire edification process for me.
I've got a bicycle, I drink coffee.
That's wonderful, because those two things I do care about, and I'm happy to host you guys anytime for coffee or bicycles. I I don't know if any of this actually has any merit on your decision, but I'm happy just to express my opinion as it's been with the AHM group. They've been an absolute exceptional partner for us at Road Crew, especially during COVID and other times of, let's say, hardship. They've been incredibly thoughtful in the way that they've designed the space, and they've worked with us over the years to accommodate our many requests and issues. And they've been more than just a landlord, and we've been more than just a tenant, I think, to them, but they've been exceptional with respect to the relationship. I think the city of St. Louis is very blessed to have them. I hope that they do more in this city, and I hope that their path to success is financially rewarding for them and financially rewarding for the businesses that occupy their spaces. I can tell you from my perspective, we looked at no less than 20 different locations before we came up with the spot on Morgan Ford. The Morgan Ford location, just for everybody's, at least according to Strava data, is the most trafficked road in the city of St. Louis, second only to Arsenal by bicycles. So there is a tremendous amount of bicycle traffic that comes up and down Morgan Ford for many different reasons, but it is a gateway into Tower Grove Park, which is a further gateway into Forest Park. And there's exceptional, if you want to consider bike traffic, foot traffic, there's exceptional bicycle traffic on that road. Most of those bicycles at some point in time do stop for coffee or do stop at City Park for lunch or dinner. And we want more of that. And I would love more of that as a business owner. So I want to say thank you to Rob and the AHM group. They've been wonderful. And thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you, and thank you for ordering yourselves. This is very good.
Good evening. My name is Adam Mizes. I am the co-chair of Tower Grove South Neighborhood Association's Development Committee, and all of my testimony here will be the truth. I wanted to talk about some of the community input process that the developer went through in order to get the support letter from us. They went over the timeline pretty well, but as part of what we did in order for our development committee to decide whether to support this project or not, we also sent out a survey. We got 124 responses from the community. I believe I sent that to your assistant. I'm not sure if you received it or not.
Got it.
Okay, we got 126 responses. I'm trying to do math while reading this off. 40 were outright no's, 62 outright yeses, 24 yeses with conditions. Many of the responses that we got that were no had nothing to do with the merit of these structures and more to do with whether or not the rent levels in this building were appropriate, which would seem to be outside of the purview of this committee. I frankly do not see how anybody could have seen the presentations they gave or any of the renderings that they showed for this building and thought that there was any chance that the 3 buildings they have applied for demolition permits for would continue to stand. And in spite of that, we got, whatever that was, 86 votes in support of this project, which clearly implies demolishing these buildings. So that's why we voted the way that we did. And if you've got any other questions about our process, I'd be happy to answer them.
We're fine, thanks. Next.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Robert Pennington. I am one of the owners of City Park Grill, and my testimony is truthful. I do understand that these buildings have historical significance, and historical significance is meaningful to some. Debating historical real estate is outside of my professional reach. But what I do know is the previous developments from AHM at 3172, and I'm forgetting the other address, but those have had extremely positive, impactful results on the neighborhood. And I can speak for other restaurants and businesses that has been in favor for them also. I will say that some of these projects can get misinterpreted for different reasons. For this specific one, I would say that in a time when our specific industry could use any nudge we could get, we would appreciate any added expansion and development and support on our strip. Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Andrew Abraham. I'm a resident of the neighborhood. Yes, it'll be truthful. Like I said, I'm resident of the Tower Grove South neighborhood. I am in support of this project. And I think ultimately the demolition of these buildings will only be good for the neighborhood. As somebody who walks by them almost every day and who goes by them almost every single day, I would love to see them torn down because they've been nothing but a nuisance and do not add value to the overall commercial district that is that's part of Morganford. I do want to commend the developers, AHM. The two buildings they've built in our neighborhood are nothing but beneficial to the neighborhood. They're quality projects. I go to road crew all the time. I'm one of the bikers who go down the street often with my kids, and would love to see more residents to this part of the neighborhood. I also want to commend the developers for the fact that they're not asking for a bunch of tax incentives from the city, as we've seen many other developers in the city use and abuse that, some of them under indictment, federal indictment right now. Lastly, I do want to say that, ultimately, I think this development will be great for the neighborhood. It'll bring additional residents from all over the US, many of which I've met throughout the neighborhood. I've seen their proposals at different meetings. They've had them at the neighborhood association meeting. They've had them with the development committee, as well as they've had them with surrounding residents, all of which I've attended. They've been very thorough, and I think they've done a very good job working with the neighborhood and delivering a product or a future product that will be beneficial to the neighborhood and what the residents are looking for. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room who wanted to speak on this? Okay, let's start from the far left side and go this way. That's you. Is this gonna be bride side, groom side?
Yeah, that's
Doubtful. Doubtful, very doubtful. Thanks for having me. My name is Derek Langeneckert. I'm the managing partner. I promise to tell the truth. I'm the managing partner of Alpha Brewing Company.
And my ex-neighbor.
There you go. My wife and I started Alpha Brewing Company and moved it to Tower Grove in 2017.
And I still hate that.
Well, bummer. If only there was a board that could approve projects in certain parts of the neighborhood. So anyways, we moved there in 2017 with a promise to the neighborhood that we would, cater events, provide food and beverages, and employ people from the neighborhood. And the neighborhood made a promise to us that it would continue to grow and expand. And I believe that this sort of development is part of that promise. And the developers have been nothing but great to work with. We appreciate you guys. My fear is that if this board decides to keep these dilapidated old buildings that are boarded up and they look terrible, if you decide to keep them, developers like this will give up. They've spent a lot of money developing these projects, and I want them to continue doing such in our neighborhood. We need people to come in, drink beer at our place and have their birthday parties and bring their dogs. And we need residents in the neighborhood to do that, not empty, dilapidated buildings. I appreciate your time.
Hi, my name is Danielle Langeneckert. I'm a resident of Tower Grove East. I'm also a co-owner of Alpha Brewing Company and serve on the Tower Grove East Neighborhood Association, though I'm not speaking for them tonight. I promise to tell the truth. So thank you very much. I am also not an expert in historical buildings, so I have actually written several letters in my role in Tower Grove East. But what I would say is really, truly want to commend their work in the neighborhood. They have brought a number of very quality tenants and people into the city. I will also say that these current buildings do not provide any net economic value into this community. And we would love to see people who are bringing money into the community and fostering it and growing it. The restaurant community in this neighborhood really thrives on people coming in, foot traffic, other pieces bringing them in. I will say that I also I know that there has been some question around kind of the visibility of the parking on the front level. I will say to me that is a big benefit because that is allowing for people who are coming into the neighborhood to visit to actually have a place to park. It is not residents taking up parking spaces. So to me, that is a very big positive that they have that many parking spaces in such a congested space that would otherwise be a very hard thing to move forward for a project like this. So I would just recommend that you move forward with this project. Again, I recognize the historical value of the buildings, but to me, and in my opinion, they do not provide enough value to continue them comparison to the value that they could bring to the community in the way that they're proposing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Rice, and I will be honest and truthful. So we were listed on the sheet as individuals, but up until yesterday, we were also business owners. So yesterday we had to say goodbye to 3 restaurants on Morgan Fort. Sorry. AHM gave us an opportunity.
You're the monkeys?
Yes. And we appreciate that. And as far as speaking to the structure across the street, like, it does look beautiful. It's historical when you drive by, but when you are running a restaurant across the street from it, during COVID, there was a fire. There's some truancies, like, you know, we are pro-development. Sorry, I'm emotional. AHM has been so great to us in helping us thrive as much as we could. Our closure has nothing to do with them or anything. They did give us the opportunity, but like the economics and post-COVID, it was a struggle for us to really push and push. But we are actually working with them currently to find new people to take over these beautiful spaces. But a development will also help somebody want to take over that space across the street. Like I said, it's beautiful to drive by, but when you're living next to it, across the street from it, it's not feasible. And I don't know anything about economics or merit buildings or anything, but as far as just living literally across the street and down the street from these places, we would have loved an extra handful of people that we could have fed and gotten to know. And Morgan Ford is very special to us. So like Morgan Ford itself, not just St. Louis City, but this street, the development can really help grow this community. So I do apologize about my emotions, and that is all I have to say.
Anybody else? Okay. Christian Herman. Christian Herman.
Just, you know, folks in the chat, we're moving on to the chat portion of the comment section. So if you still want to talk, we're going to be addressing those names right now.
Yes. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Can I see your face?
So
We're having a hard time finding the faces. I'm sorry.
give me a clue as to how to do that on here. I'm
Well,
looking
no,
at
what is your name? There you go.
Herman.
There you go. Found you. Okay. You're good. You're good. You're up. They're up. They're up. They're up.
Okay. Okay.
That's what it was. It was the voice activated it.
Okay. All right.
Is your testimony going to be the truth?
Yes.
Proceed.
My name's Christian Herman. I've lived in the neighborhood for 30 years. I was actually born here and I left when I was 18 to go to college. I've written a whole lot of a commentary, and then I've added some as people were speaking. And I like to say to the business owners who are spoken support, they go home at night. And I live 200 feet from this proposed demolition, and their investment in the neighborhood is much different from mine. I have been a long time volunteer. After I moved back into the neighborhood, I was co-chair of the Block Captains Program for 10 years.
I'm sorry. One second. Can you please turn, the board has asked that if you're in the chat, if you have access to your camera, please turn it on so we can see you.
I don't know how to do that. How's that?
We don't see, you're Christian, correct? We don't see your face on the screen.
I don't know how to do that. Can you help me out?
Yeah, there is, if you go into your drop-down menu, there should be a way to turn on your camera. Yeah. Yeah. You were sent a prompt.
Yes.
There you go.
There it is. That's me right there. Chartreuse blouse. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
continue.
I'm going to pretend you were on the whole time. Continue.
I somehow I just dropped off of this. But everybody can see me, right?
Yes.
All right. So I have a lot to read here. Like I said, I was a longtime volunteer in the neighborhood, and I created Marty Frumhoff's Memorial Garden with then Alderman Joe Volmer, but I'm no longer able to maintain it. I know that the St. Louis land use map makes preservation a priority, and the historic map shows that this district, which is 67, is a national certified local historic district. Very few of the people supporting the development actually reside within maybe, I'm guessing, 2,000 feet of this development. I live, like I said, 200 feet away. And I've lived here for 30 years. Don't live in the neighborhood. Yes, like I said, most of the developers, tenants who spoke also don't live in the neighborhood. And City Park Grill, where I eat at least once a week, I heard Rob Pendington, who I consider a friend, speak. And I've eaten in there once a week for the last year. I haven't seen Rob actually even in the restaurant. And as far as I know, Rob doesn't even live in the city. So their interest and their investment is different than mine. One of the developers said that Morgan Ford has never been a commercial district. That's not true. When I moved in here, there was a plumber, there was an HVAC business, a grocery store. There was a business that made trophies and lettering for high school jackets. There was a dance studio. There was a pharmacy. There was a bakery, a laundromat. And my grandfather, Fred Herman, founded A&M Bicycle Shop. So I have deep roots here. And I love my historic brick home. I don't know if you could see it in the background here, but it's just an exquisite piece of architecture and brick. And we love our housing stock here. We love the continuity of the architecture here. And to demo these buildings, which are not boarded up, the Alpha business owner said that they are boarded up. They are not boarded up. They do not have red LRA boards on them. None of that. In fact, in the former homegrown business building, which is the middle of these three businesses, a new building is going in. Okay, so the board yourselves, you have mentioned historic standards. And I really want you to apply those here, because these buildings are part of our community, not just our neighborhood, but they're part of our community because of the continuity. And the people who speak to you about such things as there's never been a commercial district here don't have the history here that I have. I have some more notes. I'm reviewing them, okay? I don't like the first floor, all parking, no retail. And that that's happening in a business district where retail is needed to support the other businesses. They're talking around that quite a bit. They're also saying that because the street is one way, it's not going to impact traffic. Let me tell you that Juniata Street, which is indeed one way, is the first street that is entry into the neighborhood. So this street is so busy, and I work at my desk. I look out the window, I can see the traffic, and I have cameras outside if you'd like for a recording, to see a recording of the amount of traffic on the street. I also have traffic egressing from 7-Eleven, but because we are that first street entry into the neighborhood, everyone uses Juniata to come into the street. Their plan doesn't reference a civic plan at all. They talk about steel, glass, stone. Let me tell you, when 7-Eleven went in, a cinder block building, they put a brick veneer on that building to blend in. They didn't have to, or maybe they did. Maybe there was a civic plan in place back then. The building that they're proposing is studio apartments with no kitchen. It's a dorm. Excuse me? Is that for me?
No, please continue.
Okay. This building is not putting eyes on the street. If this building, if the apartments don't have any kitchen, it's pretty much just a crash pad. Oh, and I had requested on the initial meeting, I had requested a shadow study. I haven't heard anything else about that. 2 other neighbors supported my request for that. Finally, no, wait. Oh, our development committee meets in secret. Our neighborhood association's development committee meets in secret. They do not allow other residents to join them or even speak at the neighborhood association meetings. This is radically different from the old days of the Grand Oak Hill Neighborhood Association, which I also volunteered at for many, many years. Built before the street had come.
I think we're drifting a little bit.
Yes.
I'm through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andrew Weil?
I'm stating correction. She made a statement that none of the business owners who testified lived in the neighborhood, and the 4 of us all live in Tower Grove. So I do want to make a point that her saying that we don't live in the neighborhood, we absolutely live in the neighborhood. I live 8 blocks from my business, and they live.
I've been there 17 years, 17 years.
Rob, there all the.
And none of that will be part of our decision, but thank you for saying that. Andrew Weil?
It's not Andrew, it's Katie.
Okay. Katie Gravy. She's Bristol
Yes.
Landmarks.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Katie Gravy.
I'm
What?
crossing out Andrew's name.
Yeah, I typed Landmarks Association.
Go ahead.
He had to
And-
get off the call.
Is your testimony the truth?
It is.
Proceed.
My name is my name is Katie Gravy, Preservation Specialist with Landmarks Association of St. Louis. The organization supports the staff's recommendation regarding the denial of demolition of these buildings. Loss of these buildings would have a negative impact on the character of the historic district. Keeping it short and sweet, and that's it.
Katie?
She said she's done.
Okay. Caleb Doyle?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
All right. My testimony is the full truth. I wanted to thank my neighbors for joining this call. I live about 800 feet east of this site. And I could talk about a lot of things, but I'm not going to because I know everyone's been here for a long time. I could talk about how this city and this neighborhood are plagued by multifamily housing being converted into single-family houses and also being converted into short-term rentals, which makes it pretty ironic that now suddenly there aren't people in this neighborhood. Oh no, now we have to build a huge, frankly, ugly building to stuff 36 people into. But I'm not going to get into that. I want to stay focused. The job of the Historic Preservation Board is just that, historic preservation. It is not the Business Development Board. It is not the Economic Booster woohoo small business board. It is the Preservation Board. So you all know those are the parameters that I implore you to use when making this decision. I strongly encourage continuing to deny this project. I do believe it will put undue stress on the residents of the neighborhood. Christian was correct. Juniata, I live about 800 feet down Juniata from this site, and it is extremely busy. I do not know. There is no possible way that this development would not close the street. for traffic while building this. I don't believe the setbacks are enough. And I just implore the Preservation Board to use their parameters, which are pretty narrow, to preserve these historic buildings.
Thank you. Amy Rebecca Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Amy Rebecca Johnson, and my testimony will be the complete truth. I am a resident of Tower Grove South. I have lived in this neighborhood since 2003, when I bought my first home on the 4200 block of Connecticut. I still own that home, and I rent it out to a wonderful tenant and her family. I now live on the 4100 block of Juniata, and I've lived in this home for about 8 years. I am not a fan, and I completely oppose this plan for this new development. I don't like that it is large scale compared to everything else that is on the street. Certainly that block. I don't like the setback of this building. And this is the same problem that I have with the MoFo building, which is that there is no setback at all. And I think that we are not allowing, there's been some people who have said, you know, the current buildings there, the historic buildings don't add any value, but they haven't been given the opportunity to add any value in quite some time. I remember when Local Harvest Grocery was in the middle building. That was their first location, was in that middle building. And it was a great space, very small, but a great space. And I think that space has a ton of opportunity. One of my close friends lived above that space for a number of years, and it was a great place to live. It was great to go and be close and to visit with her. One of my favorite things about, and one of the things I remember the most when I first drove into Tower Grove South neighborhood, when I was looking at my first house on 4200 Connecticut, was turning onto Morgan Ford from Arsenal. And I remember seeing just the street and all of the buildings, the old buildings, the trees, and I instantly fell in love with the neighborhood because of that. And then I turned onto Juniata and I saw all of these beautiful old homes and beautiful trees. And I can still remember seeing that first drive into Tower Grove South in 2003. So I'll end there. I just think that the current buildings need to be given an opportunity, and certainly this development, if we were to consider one, this development certainly is not the right thing to replace those beautiful buildings on Morgan Ford. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
Hi, my name is Julie Lopino. Can you see me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm a business owner on Morgan Ford. My husband and I have.
Can you see me?
No, but that's okay. I haven't been able to see the live stream.
I'm waving my hand to
Okay.
remind you.
Now I can see the gentleman. Okay.
Okay. See my hand?
Yes.
Okay. It is to remind you to swear to tell the truth.
Yes, I do swear to tell the truth.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Proceed.
My husband and I have owned a business in Tower Grove South for 23 years. I'm on Morgan Ford, a couple blocks south of the proposed development. And I'm here to say that not all the business owners are in favor of demolishing buildings on our street. Like I said, I've been in business for 23 years. I specifically have chose to work in Tower Grove South because I love the area. I love the buildings, the architecture, the history. I didn't want to buy a building and work in an area where it was just a lot of gray boxes. And that's what I'm concerned that Morgan Ford is becoming. The two structures that the developers have developed on Morgan Ford, I was okay with those because they were taking up empty lots on Morgan Ford. They were not demolishing any existing structures. But really, this new proposal, it's too large. And it's just, like I said, another gray box. I also wanted to mention that Kyle, one of the developers, said that the 3 buildings aren't commercial and they don't fit in with the area. The Morgan Ford Strip, when it was built, was a mixed use district. There's many houses in between the businesses. Most of the buildings are brick structures where the first floor was a shop or a store and the second floor was where the family lived. And it's always been mixed use. So those 3 structures are not out of place at all in the area. And, I also wanted to mention that we were forced to remodel our building because of a fire. It destroyed the space that we're in. And we went to great pains and spent 3 years restoring the building to what it was supposed to be and following all the historic guidelines because we really wanted to maintain that integrity in the Tower Grove neighborhood. So I am very against demolishing the historic buildings on Morgan Ford.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emily Freeman.
Thank you.
Emily Freeman.
Hi. Oh, sorry. I'm there. Can you see me? Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I actually am going to speak from 2 different points of view. One from a Tower Grove resident. I live
Will
close
both
to the
of those points of view be the truth?
Yes, they will be the truth. Sorry.
Proceed.
So I live close to the intersection of Morgan Ford and Humphrey. So I am a little bit further away from than some of the residents who are immediately close by, but I do consider myself fairly close and have lived in the Tower Grove area for 12 years in my time in St. Louis since 2010. And so this neighborhood is very special to me. It's the place, as soon as I moved here, I knew I wanted to live. And so just from the resident standpoint, I do agree with a lot of what has been said from the resident standpoint. And also being a business owner, I also have that insight as well and relate to many of the other business owners who've spoken. And some points I just want to speak to are from the resident side. I do agree that having vacant properties is not something that we really like, especially with some of the things that have gone on with some of those. So in terms of just safety and walking, I think we can all agree on that. And to the person who spoke about traveling earlier to a different city, I actually just flew back from a training in Berkeley, California, and was on their campus and actually walked the campus last evening to admire the diversity in the buildings, from the buildings that were there from the 1800s when Berkeley was built to some of the newer structures, and seeing the variety. So I do think sometimes while newer structures, we hate to lose the old, sometimes can actually bring out the structure, other structures that we decide to keep and maintain. So yes, we may be losing 3, but also having something modern that may stand out a little, may actually bring out the charm and pull more businesses or more residents in for those that have the charm maintained. So it may actually drive more individuals into the neighborhood for all the reasons we've spoken about and want, because of that diversity. And so that was just an interesting thing, having seen that on campus at Berkeley, the diversity in the neighborhood there, it felt very similar. And then even thinking about like the building that Rooster is in on South Grand, that has kind of a similar industrial feel in comparison to right across the street on South Grand. There's very historic brick and they complement each other very well. And speaking to that, I've lived through the years in apartments on Hartford, Juniata. I've kind of worked my way down the blocks. I'm on Humphrey now, in a home. And I will say living on, I lived right at Hartford and Grand, and then close to Juniata and Grand. And one thing I loved about Morgan Ford was it did seem more residential, more quiet versus the busyness of South Grand, which is still wonderful and we all love, but having more residential, I feel like also kind of meets what makes Morgan Ford special, that yes, there's commercial, but also it does have a little bit more of a residential feel, which another residential complex would complement that. And then lastly, I want to be respectful of time, but from the business owner standpoint, I would like to also speak with working with the AHM group. I said this in the first time I supported them. They gave me a chance when probably not many other buildings would have, especially during COVID, to take a chance and expand a business when I didn't have a ton of years of business behind me, that I may not have been supported otherwise. And so one thing that stood out is they wanted to support local. And so they, like Mary spoke to earlier, they have supported local business owners, which not all major developers do. And in terms of being a business owner and looking at one of those spaces to keep it commercial, I would have to choose between my business or the build out. Like I wouldn't be able to do both, to rebuild a building like that and from the business perspective. So just in terms of cost, even if we did salvage those buildings, we may not have many local business owners who could salvage the building, redo it, and either grow or maintain their business from a cost perspective. So those are some of my points. Thank you.
Emily, do you want to name your business like everybody else did?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Freeman Pilates. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. JP Nash.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is JP, and this testimony is going to be the truth. I've known the AH team for a couple of years now. I've found them to be really great to work with and responsible stewards of the city and all of their endeavors, but particularly their vision for downtown West. I think that they've approached everything that they've done with care and consideration. I think that that's evidenced by the fact that, in my opinion, the most objectionable part of this project from a design standpoint is the first floor parking, and that's born out of discussions with businesses, the neighborhood, and the older people. So the fact that they move forward with that just proves that they're dedicated to the community. I believe that the current design is modern and attractive. It's not really out of place in terms of design or scale with the current Morgan Ford corridor. I think that the current most attractive architectural feature of the existing buildings is that vitrolite storefront. And I think that if this board and its standards existed in the 1930s, we might have even had that alteration to begin with. I think that St. Louis's problems require a future focus, and that this development will allow people from within St. Louis and outside the region to access one of the premier neighborhoods of our city. You know, as someone who would like to be able to live in Morgan Ford and near Tower Grove, I hope that we continue to build more houses like this proposal offers, just to make sure that people can continue to live there, and that it would be a disservice to the neighborhood, the city, and any future potential residents who would be deprived of experiencing truly the best of what our city has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, are you still here? Nope.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Is your testimony going to be the truth?
It will be the truth.
Okay, tell us your
Hi.
name.
Yeah, my name is Cheryl Wittenauer, and I live in the 4300 block of Juniata. I am exactly one block west of the proposed development. And I have many concerns, all of which, most of which I spoke to when I testified before this group in July of 2023. I made a very forceful argument against it then, and I have not changed my mind. I guess I want to just point out three bullet points about the developers themselves and how they've conducted themselves in my view.
I don't know that, I don't know that we need to hear that.
Okay. My big concern is, I guess the one point that is probably, a lot of people, a lot of the proponents have been speaking about their collaboration. I have not felt any collaboration. I have not had any of they have not come up to me after a meeting and said, what are your concerns? Can we talk about this? Can we address it? I think that they're speaking to the business community and other voices who want them to be here. As a resident in the 4300 block of Juniata going west, I see a lot of traffic that will be leaving that structure and opting to go down my block and then turning right on Alfred and then turning left or right onto Arsenal. Arsenal is a very busy street, as everybody knows. Morgan Ford is going to become even busier. And if they're going to want a quick jaunt out of that Morgan Ford Juniata, they could likely go down my street to get into the flow of Arsenal. And my street is already very narrow with people parking on either side. When there's two cars going in opposite directions, one car has to pull off to the sides to make way for the other. So I see traffic snarls in the future. I do believe that this building is out of character. It's okay as it is, but it doesn't have a place in this neighborhood. I've said this before, it's more attuned to, a place like O'Fallon, Illinois, or, Ellisville or Baldwin. It is outside of the character of this brick city. And I don't like the scale. The scale is too big. I guess I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack. Who's the Jack who's in the room who meant to talk?
So I thought there was another one on Zoom.
It could be, but I'm going down in order here.
Yeah, sorry. So my name is Jack Kirschler. I live on Utah, and I will tell the truth. Sorry, I was late, so I didn't sign in, so I caught in at the end.
You're fine.
So I used to be.
After everybody has spoken, we're going to go back around again and get everybody else.
Okay, so I'm going to be this to set the tone for the next round. So I used to be the co-chair of the development committee for the neighborhood association. Now I'm the secretary, so I couldn't do everything. So I passed that off, but I'm speaking just for myself. So I had concerns about the first floor parking, but I understand that the rules for the city is one-to-one parking. So they had to have that many parking spaces. And I really hope that the city changes that rule in the future so that future businesses and future buildings can include more first floor retail and less parking. And hopefully, if these guys could change theirs in the future, that would be great. But regardless, building the density in the neighborhood so that there's more people for more businesses and more walkability and better public transit, especially on Arsenal, hopefully it makes that rule easier to change in the future. So it's not like the perfect solution, but hopefully it adds the density so that the next building or the next building after that can have less parking and more businesses so we can have the stuff that we actually want to have. So thank you.
Thank you. Ben York.
Yes, can you hear me?
Nope.
Said no to his question.
You can't hear me?
Turn it up.
We can barely hear you. Can you please turn up your end? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Let me try. Apologies. It
There
might
you go.
be just
Getting better.
okay. I
That's
think it's
perfect.
auto correcting or auto detecting.
You're okay. Go ahead.
I wish I could turn my video on. Apologies for that. But yes, just wanted to lend my support for the project. So my name is Ben York. This will be the truth. And I'm a current resident of one of the aforementioned gray boxes that this group has established on the Morgan Ford Street. So I live at 3201 Morgan Ford, apartment 406. And admittedly, my priorities seem to be quite a bit different than that of the board. And so I was reading the agenda today. I learned all kinds of new architectural terms that I didn't previously know, but my priority for this neighborhood is less of a priority on those architectural terms and more about livability, walkability, and the long-term viability of this neighborhood. And that development in question to me, in my opinion, is a strong addition to all three of those. And I fully appreciate and realize that the architectural preservation is very much the remit of this board. But I believe it should also serve a far more ambitious calling, which is to preserve the appeal of this city, and to the people and investments of this city. And again, the development represents a strong and important addition to all of those. And fully agree with Emily and JP earlier that that there is a certain beauty in the juxtaposition of the modern and the brick. I think it would look great. I appreciate the attention to detail in the buildings that have already been here. And just a note on the community of the buildings being established by this development group. I mean, this is a young group of folks that a lot of them have St. Louis roots, and it's drawing them back to the city. And I know you're all aware, but this is a city badly in need of population as we continue to hemorrhage some of our best folks year over year. And this is in a very real way drawing people back to the city where they're from, where they have family, and these are young. Excuse me. Yes.
Okay, we have heard that point. If you had spent 5 extra minutes to turn on your iPhone camera, that would have been great too.
I
Do you
don't have an
anything-
iPhone camera. I'm on my computer.
Which
And
one
if
are
I can
you?
make I'm Ben.
No, is he, which, can you see where he is?
No.
Oh, there he is. Okay, fine.
No camera.
So SAS fully appreciated. Got it on board. But yes, these folks are making a very, very valuable contribution to the community, to this area. And it cannot be overstated that this city and this area needs investments. And I don't think we should be turning our nose at any folks willing to make that investment in time, money, and resources. So I'll end it there.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, last current speaker, Anna Alicia.
Hello, I think that I might be doing this right, but I don't know for sure.
You are. We can see you.
Hooray, hello.
Hello.
My
Is
name
your
is Anna
testimony,
Alicia.
is your testimony going to be the truth?
My testimony will be the truth.
Perfect. Are you
my
making
name
points
is-
that no one else has made?
I think so. I
proceed.
was, yes. So I live at the corner of Alfred, very close to the proposed demolition site. I think that the overpriced apartments that currently exist in the other buildings that this group has made are unfair and don't match what other people pay in the I looked it up, and at the YO building, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, a 632 square foot apartment is $1,500, which is double what most people would pay for an apartment that's that size or maybe a little bit bigger. And I think if you're bringing people in from out of town, you're kind of scamming them into paying more for an apartment that is very small and it has no charm. So why bring someone into the neighborhood that isn't going to be able to enjoy it? I think that ultimately the plan isn't worth destroying beautiful homes that could otherwise be sorry, I'm a little nervous. If you're
doing
going
fine.
in short, if you're going to demolish these beautiful buildings to create something, you need to make sure that it's a plan that benefits everyone. Someone mentioned earlier that we are taking multifamily buildings and turning them into single family buildings. Why does that benefit? If we want more people to move in and we want more units, then we need to make sure that we're doing it responsibly and fairly. And I just don't see how this plan as it stands outweighs what the community loses in charm of losing these buildings. And I suppose that is it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Bob,
you.
is there anyone else?
Somebody else popped in the chat. Let's just see. Oh, it's Ben. No, he's already spoken. Okay.
Anybody else in the room? Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Patrick Woodling. I'm a co-creator of Road Crew. I've gotten to known this fine management group for quite some time. I grew up in Soulard. I went to grade school in Tower Grove South at Pius V, so I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. There's a lot of things that everybody talks about tonight, but the one thing that I do want to speak to is the integrity of this group. Realistically, when we moved in, we were the only business in the MoFo building. It was a pleasure to finally get Emily Freeman. I kind of sometimes bugged Rob about, let's get somebody in there, hurry up. I'd love to have someone in there. And what I learned is they had integrity about who they put in. They just didn't put in a cash and check loan place or a liquor store or anything else that would have been unsavory to the neighborhood. They spent their time and then they found folks like these that had businesses in the neighborhood that, lived in the neighborhood.
That is a point well made.
All right.
Do you have anything to say about this project?
Yeah, I think this is going to be double that. It's going to be it's going to be a duplicated effect. It's what we need. We need more people. 36 more customers in the neighborhood would have been a great thing.
Perfect.
Not 3 empty buildings.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
May I ask one more question of the preservation board?
Want to hear a question?
Sure.
Sure.
What is time, really?
Apologies. So as a private citizen, the city of St. Louis is working on a strategic land utilization plan that calls for significant upzonings along corridors such as Morgan Ford and several others within Tower Grove South and otherwise. This situation that you are currently being asked to deal with, in which people want to demolish smaller existing buildings to build a larger building more in line with what the sloop would suggest is wanted, is going to be repeated frequently within the next several years, assuming that the strategic land use plan goes through. I guess my question here is, are you worried that if you set a precedent tonight in denying that larger expansion, and you continue to do that you are going to essentially invalidate much of the work that was done to attempt for the city to meet their goals related around density and walkability if you deny this project and then continue to do the same on other similar projects that will be before you?
Thank you for the question.
I mean, I think.
No, we're not going to answer.
Oh.
Anybody else? Rob? Bob? Okay. Commissioners, that concludes the testimony on this matter. Commissioner Richardson, have you got a motion?
I move that the Preservation Board uphold the Cultural Resources Office denial of the demolitions of 3146, 3148, 3150 Morgan Ford for new residential construction, as they do not meet the requirements of 64689, 64832. Would you like me to go through those specifically? Specifically because, as listed in order of importance for the basis of decision, A, redevelopment plan. There's no redevelopment plan applicable to the project. B, architectural quality. The applicant and staff both testified that it is a merit, these are merit buildings, and the code provides that merit buildings shall not be approved for demolition except in unusual circumstances, which shall be expressly noted, which have not been noted by anyone. C, the staff noted that the buildings were of sound condition, and sound condition means visible portions of exterior walls and roofs appear capable of continuing to support their current loads for 6 months or more, which these have done. And I would note one of them is actually still occupied by a resident. D, neighborhood effect and reuse potential. The site is located in an area of well-maintained buildings and recent renovations, and no information has been submitted to counter the viability that buildings similar to this could be redeveloped. In fact, there are cases throughout the city, such as in Tower Grove South itself, on Morgan Ford, the Grove, the Central West End, the East Loop, and South Grand, where similar buildings have been redeveloped. E, economic hardship. No evidence was presented for that as for neighborhood effect and reuse potential. Sorry, 3E, economic hardship. E, urban design. The integrity of the existing block face would be is completely intact right now and would be lost if these were demolished. And the buildings are sited along the most prominent commercial Street in the Oak Hill National Register Historic District. F, proposed subsequent construction. Staff has stated and testified that the new construction would interrupt the integrity of the block face and the historic district. I think that's it.
Is there a second? Chair seconds. Discussion.
I mean, I understand. I don't know who I'm talking to. Everybody. I understand what the businesses are saying. I understand that it could bring more people to the neighborhood, but I mean, we've turned down buildings that are in worse condition.
We turned this proposal down.
I know.
Yeah.
That's so my point is I think we do it again. That's my point. Because as much as the building looks great and, some people like small boxes and that's fine, but I just consciously and per, all the rules, tear down merit building properties. And to, I think Mr. Doyle's point on the Zoom, or I don't remember whose point it was, but the reuse, they haven't even, it sounds like the developers have held it since 2018. So they haven't even tried to reuse this in various purposes. So I just think it would be greatly irresponsible to tear it down. Tear them down.
Yeah, I just want to add that, so again, they did a nice presentation and, but there's a proper way of doing this. It doesn't comply with the ordinance at all. And the proper way of doing it is if the alderwoman would like to introduce an ordinance for a redevelopment plan that provided for demolition, that would be the number one criteria here. It'd be a different story, but that hasn't been done. So, even though it's great density, would be greater density and walkability and those things, it clearly, there's no evidence to support the demolition of these buildings.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I do agree that the redevelopment plan would help the effort, but I actually think that this building would add consistency of the street wall. So in the urban design and proposed subsequent construction, I don't totally agree with the staff assessment. If you look at the full block, 3134 and 3136 are set back quite a bit. There's also a vacant lot at, I guess, what would be 3132. And then immediately south of the property on Juniata, on the other side of Juniata is the 7-Eleven property. So if you looked at that full stretch, it's actually quite inconsistent. So I think the case could be made that E 2 and 3 and F 2 and 3 have an argument related to the consistency of the street wall that this project would actually add to the block.
Further discussion?
Yes, so I agree with Commissioner Hamaker. In addition to that, I will add that 3148 Morgan Ford has been altered significantly and as such probably I would not qualify it as being merit given its alterations. With that, I would actually be leaning towards seeing a more dense residential use there. And that residential use, in addition to that, with it being a larger builder, sort of larger building also anchors that corner, which is typical of how we would do urban urban development. Yeah, in addition to everything else that Commissioner Hamaker
Tony
mentioned.
I remember part of our discussion the last time we heard this had to do with the fact that it was 4 floors and quite massive. Would you be happy with a smaller multifamily building there?
I don't think so. I think that if you look around the city, if you look at how urban development happens, corner lots tend to anchor, and we have quite a bit of
of commercial activity there. No, I don't think so. I think this is appropriate.
Commissioner Khalid?
No comment.
Okay, commissioners, there is a motion before us that's been made and seconded. It is to deny the appeal. I'm going to call a roll. Commissioner Robinson, do you vote yes or no?
No.
Commissioner Richardson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Khalid, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you vote yes or no?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Hamaker, do you vote yes or no?
No.
There are 3 yeses, 2 nos, chair abstains on the vote, and the appeal is denied. Commissioners. Pursuant to a motion made earlier, this board will now move to a closed section to consider. Thank you.
See y'all for a beer. Got to spend some money.
We will spend
Did
some
we not do
money.
This is not the motion already? Okay. Okay. I move that this meeting be closed. And that all records and votes to the extent permitted by law pertaining to or resulting from this closed meeting session be closed under section 610.021 subsection 1 revised statutes of Missouri for the purpose of the discussion of proceedings involving legal actions, causes of actions or litigation or confidential or privileged communications with attorneys. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll call a roll. Simple majority. Okay,
Do we need to turn off the Zoom or?
We have to make the vote first, and then if it passes, we close.
there is a motion on the floor to close this meeting for purposes previously stated. Commissioner Robinson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Khalid, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamaker, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. That it is unanimous that
Do I stop do I stop recording?
Once you announce the motion. Has it it's closed?
it's closed.
Shut it down, right? So.
So yes,
The
you
motion
should
is-
close the Zoom and the recording.
That shouldn't be hard since it's been closing itself.